All right, what is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the sixth race of the National Rock Racing Association. We're getting ready to kick off our youth class. We're so excited. They've got their pre-running done. We saw them all driving around, getting worn in. They're all lined up there, super excited. They're all patiently waiting to kick off the sixth race of the National Rock Racing Association. Again, this youth class is absolutely awesome to watch. And they have a great time. They get in the mud, they play together, they have like the best time ever.
Oh, yeah.
But when it comes to racing, they are very serious about their race programs. Making sure we got a course clear, making sure we got some of the bouncers that had went up and made repairs or checked stuff out. We're coming back down. I know I talked to Bacon family, and they said that Little Tim had to go up and make a repair. Maybe some welding was involved. I guess they called and talked to Bubba a little bit and got his 2 cents on it. So I know there's a handful of guys. We're heading back up to camp to get some tools and equipment to make repairs. All right, we got Ethan Hilton sitting on the line.
Easton Hilton.
Oh, wow. Again, just ripping through that area over there. Again, shout out to Bill. Doing all our awesome camera work today. Shout out to all of our cameraman and camera ladies doing a great job.
Easton Hilton is fifth in points coming into this weekend with 403 points.
Got some dads out there cheering him on, getting around the corner.
Easton is 10 years old and comes out of Clanton, Alabama to race with us. He calls his buggy the Little Blue Beast.
Little Blue Beast.
And his race program is 4-H Tools Racing.
There we go. That's a 62.758 for Mr. Easton Hilton. Making sure we got our course clear. Again, we got, like I said, a handful of people jockeying vehicles around.
All right, so we're listening to some radio updates. It sounds like Easton might have made a wrong turn out on the course, but we're going to get that confirmed. So loud. All right. There's a possibility Easton's going to rerun. We will let you guys know how that ends up. But for now, we've got Elliot Carter leaving the line. We saw Dustin Carter racing in the limited bouncer class just a little while ago.
Again, you can see how much bounce these things have in by the extremely amount of limited travel they have in the suspension of these 170s and 200s.
See those little heads bobbling around in there.
Yeah. That long, high-speed section. I'm sure they're enjoying getting out there and getting some seat time in, ripping around there. They always thank their parents on the podium just because they spend so many hours practicing. But a lot of these drivers, mom and dad have to get them here, have to take them home. So shout out to the parents for helping them get them done.
Looks like we might have a little.
There we go. Okay.
More confusion on the course.
Looks like he was headed to the rock quarry or the rock garden there. I don't think the 170 do so well through there.
I don't think that's going to work.
Again, I also think that we should also put a bunch of adults in these sometime and have them all go racing. I have a feeling we would have a lot of fun.
I think it'd be pretty entertaining, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. And I would have a great time racing one.
.632 for Elliott Carter. All right, and we are going to be letting Easton have a rerun. I think there was some confusion about where a turn needed to be made, and they added another marker to the course. We're going to let him have that rerun.
He is flying out that course. I mean, for a small, tiny side-by-side, these things fly. Can you see some
look at him go.
Staff out there helping get him around the rocks? Here we go. There we go.
All right, he's got it this time. Nice.
That's a 64.603 for Easton Hilton.
Not that much different than his first run.
Justin Holback out there getting him backed in that race line starting gate. There's some big rocks as you go through those big, huge valley, that cavern back there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the youth UTVs will make it around there. There's a couple big rocks that are kind of off-center.
In the canyon?
Yeah, in the canyon. I don't think that they would it's the only thing they would quite make it through there.
Dallas Heckley out on the course now.
Getting that Heckley racing team, got a whole plethora of drivers out here this weekend. Getting they were out having fun last night, goofing around.
They had some inflatable pools set up
Saw that.
by the RVs. I'm like, man, y'all know how to do a race weekend.
For real.
Got the pools out, got the TV screens on with the live feed on. That's the way to do it. The Heckleys come out of Perryville, Missouri to race with us. This is Dallas's 4th season racing already.
Wow.
She
That's
likes
crazy.
long courses and rocks. So this one should be right up her alley.
Yeah. Lots of rocks and definitely a longer course.
.892 for Dallas Heckley. And we are enjoying some beautiful weather out here today in Canvas, West Virginia. We are at the Good Evening Ranch.
Yeah, the weather out here is just incredible.
Definitely a nice break from the humidity back home in Middle Tennessee.
Yeah.
For me, and I know a lot of other people here.
Yeah, it's a tad warm. Illinois, the humidity is just miserable. You step outside, you can just taste it almost. It's like just so heavy.
Mm-hmm. All right, who do we have on the course now?
Sadie Alexander. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Got a little bit spun sideways there.
Where are you going, Sadie?
Helping her get it straightened out. I think that was Robert Trainer down there. Dad, a Ramsey Trainer. One of our youth racers. His son was out walking the course this morning. I got to talk to him a little bit. He said he's taking it pretty serious. I said, that's good.
Well, Sadie Alexander, I believe, is just 4 years old.
Wow.
Are we
4
sure this
years
is Sadie? Because that's pretty awesome if that's her with no co-driver with her.
When she comes by, we'll see how low her helmet is. If she's one of those drivers that has to see through the steering wheel, chances are that's her. We have some very young youth racers that.
All right. Well done to Miss Sadie. They're pointing at her where to go. Wow.
There we go.
Well done.
That's a 100.865 from Miss Sadie Alexander.
I believe we have Clara Hoback on the line.
And shout out to all the dads out there that are hoping to keep us lined up, keeps our youth program not just racing, but also helping them keep them staged and keep them ready to go.
Dads and moms.
And moms.
We can't go without saying thank you to Haley Hoback for the
Heck yeah.
driver running order spreadsheets that she puts together for us.
She does a great job.
And her help with organizing the youth class.
I'm always very thankful for those sheets.
Clara is second in points coming into this weekend, and she's got a 23-point lead over third place. But Ramsey, who's in first place, has a 70-point lead right now. So I'm going to say first and second are pretty solid right now. Clara also had a third-place finish at our last race in Fiddler's Bend, Oklahoma. Clara comes from Lebanon, Tennessee to race with us. And this is her fourth season racing with the NRRA. She'd like to give a shout out to Super Grip Tires, Alba Racing for her tune, and EC Design and Print for that pretty pink wrap that she's got. With a 66.725. Clara's got a second place time right now on course 1. Easton Hilton still in the lead with a 64.6. We've got Blake Heckley on the line now.
Her iconic orange helmet there.
That's pink, Matt.
Pink.
Pink. Hot pink.
It's like a neon pink there. Wow, I just heard that come across the radio. That Blake is racing with a broken arm in a cast.
Yep, she's got a little pink cast on her arm I saw last night.
That is impressive. That is impressive.
Little Blake is a wild thing.
That is true. That's impressive.
She won't let anything hold her back.
She is. Her dad's taught her some pretty ornery tricks, too. He likes to encourage her to be pretty ornery sometimes.
She would like to give a shout-out to her mom and dad, to Storts Racing, Davis Racing, and to Keith and Sharon Shell. Her favorite things about racing are going fast, driving, playing with her friends, and jumps.
and jumps.
83.061 for Blake Heckley.
Got Aubrey Savvy sitting in that race line starting gate. And they are ripping through this little flat ground up here.
Aubrey Sebi started racing with us this season, has been doing a great job. We saw her dad, Bert Sebi, racing in the UTV class yesterday.
And flying through there. I'm just impressed at how much stuff you can do. See what her time's going to be.
All right, guys, welcome back here on Power Sports World TV for Course 2 for our classes here today. We are racing at Good Evening Ranch in Canvas, West Virginia. This is round 6 of the National Rock Racing Association. We had a great first half of our day of racing. We saw UTV Bounty and our unlimited and limited bouncers run. Saw a lot of carnage. We think we're going to see some more of the same for Course 2 as well. Thank you guys for kind of waiting on us through that break that we had, and hopefully you're able to be back and join us through the rest of the show.
Yeah, we're coming back right now. We're in our youth section again. We're about halfway done with those guys. They come out very little tykes. They range from the ages of 3 years old up to 12, and then once they turn teen, they go to our teen class. But 3 to 12 years old, we're about halfway done through Course 1. They literally just pour their hearts out. We love them. They're such an awesome, great thing to watch. And again, it's so neat to see that, especially coming. I love looking out and seeing them and have a wonderful time. It just melts my heart seeing them get out there, being fierce competitors and really giving all they have. And it's great to see someone at a young age do that and really take passion with that.
Well, and those are the ones that we're going to see in another, 8 to 10 years in the other classes racing. They're our next generation of racers coming up, so it is really fun to see them get their start here, like you said, Matt.
Again, it's such a great time, and they race 170cc or 200cc UTVs. They're very tiny, but they actually do quite a bit of stuff with them. Again, you can see they're scale-wise much smaller than a bouncer.
Who do we have on the course right now?
All right, I do see a co-driver in there, so this might be Sadie Ellison.
All right, we believe that this is Sadie Alexander. Sadie Alexander, just 4 years old, coming from Clanton, Alabama to race with us.
4 years old.
You see that she's got a co-driver in there with her.
I'm sure just to help her make sure she's going the right way, maybe on the hard turns, chip it a little bit.
It's completely understandable
Yes.
because I know I could not have done something like this when I was 4 years old.
No.
We thought we had Sadie out on the course earlier, but I think that was actually big sister Callie Ray Alexander.
Okay, that makes sense.
Who 6 years old Callie. So that made a little more sense.
Yeah.
She did a great job as well. And then we've got Sadie working her way around the course now. She is doing awesome.
Again,
I can't even believe barely being able to see through the steering wheel.
Yeah, for being 4 years old, definitely doing a great job there. Getting some coaching points from her co-driver there.
I think that might be Sadie Ellison riding with her in that co-dog seat, but I'm not positive on that. I know we saw Madison King ride with her one time, too. It's so cool to see the littlest girl driver that we have out here being coached along by another one of our teen drivers and then one of our regular UTV series drivers, all lady drivers, and they're helping coach her along and bring her along up with them. So definitely a lot of fun to watch.
I don't know how many adults would fit in there, so I think it has to be a teen driver.
I have tried to fit in one of these before. I get rides from the Hoback kids once in a while to get around the park, and my knees are all up in the dash, I'll tell you that.
You can see some hand motions there trying to make sure we're going the right way.
And that's a 146.317 for Sadie Alexander.
Seeing who they're getting up there and staging. Looks like they're getting the course clear here. I know we have some bouncer drivers still shifting around, trying to get vehicles down here or personnel down here after our first course.
We've got Nathan Ellison out on the course now. Nathan, third in points coming into the weekend with 422. He also had a second place finish at our last race at Fiddler's Bend, Oklahoma. Nathan is the third racer from the Ellison family that we have seen out here today. Or actually, I guess Cohen wasn't here yesterday. He had Cooper Bentley filling in for him. But he is number 3 racer in the family. I love that they've got a sibling out here in 3 different classes. This is Nathan's second year racing with us. He would like to give a shout out to the Powerhouse and Super Synthetics. All right, let's get that time for Nathan.
That's a 68.316 for Nathan Ellison.
That's a third place time currently on course 1. And just a note for our audience on Power Sports World, I know you guys were probably expecting to come back and be seeing some UTV Bounty Racing course 2 after our break. Just due to the scheduling of our racing today, we are in the middle of, obviously, our youth class right now, and we're going to wrap that up first, and then we'll be going back with course 2 for UTV Bounty and the Bouncers Unlimited and Limited classes. So that'll be coming up real soon. Hope you guys enjoy watching our youth class with us as well.
Got Collier Holbeck sitting in that race line starting gate. Sister Clara already got to put a time down, so I'm sure he's going to try to beat that.
Collier and Clara have a little track out at their house. in the yard. I think they kind of change it up once in a while, mow it different ways, and they get some practice laps in out there. And I know that Collier takes it very seriously, which has made big sister Clara have to take it seriously too, because she can't let Collier beat her.
I wonder, do they race harder when Dad's not watching or easier when Dad's not watching? Because I could see Dad going inside and they'd be like, all right, now we're really going to drive hard. Out there crashing cars and really sending it. I could see both of them being exceptionally ornery.
I don't know if I could have done this when I was a kindergartner.
Yeah, it's a lot to manage.
These kids are probably going to be some awesome drivers.
Yeah.
Once they hit 16 and get those licenses. They'll already haven't been behind the wheel for 10 years.
Sure. I know what I'm doing here.
They're going to be professionals already.
Yeah. Like, I have 20 years of driving in. Like, you're only 18. Exactly.
Looks like Collier is getting some last-minute safety checks and assistance there from his dad, Justin Hoback, on the starting line. And here he goes.
You can see these guys taking off there. These are rear-wheel drive only. These are not all-wheel drive. These are not four-wheel drive vehicles. They're just a rear-wheel drive only application. And 170 cc's to 200 cc's. Tells Collier also started racing when he was 3 years old?
Yeah, I think so.
He was a little guy.
I think he might have turned 6 recently. He's either 5 or about to be 6 or has turned 6.
So now he's racing at the advanced age of 6.
Advanced, yes. Some fun facts about Collier. He loves everything off-road related. His first word was buggy.
There you go.
And he helps his dad work on their razors and change tires. His favorite thing about racing is driving his buggy, going fast, and hanging out with all his race family. And I do a lot of traveling with the Hoback family. We live not too far apart, so I often ride with them to the races. Let me get Collier's time here, and then I'll finish that thought for you guys. .274 for Collier. But so I spend a lot of time with the Hoback family, and I know Collier, one of his things that he might want to be when he grows up is a monster truck driver.
I like it.
Which I think suits him
Yeah.
just fine. That boy loves anything with a motor or steering wheel.
This is Rowdy Boy himself, Mr. Ramsey Trainer. Yeah, I think Collier would do just fine as a monster truck driver.
So I guess we'll just have to wait a few years and see how that turns out. Ramsey Trainer comes out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
There we go.
Same town as me.
Yeah.
He started racing at age 5. He is 7 now. His favorite thing about racing, you're going to like this, Matt, is standing on the podium.
Yes, I like that. That is impressive. I think that's everybody's favorite part.
And Ramsey,
standing on the podium.
Ramsey is no stranger to the podium. He is leading in points coming into this weekend so far for the season with a 70-point lead over second place. He had a first place finish at our last race in Oklahoma, and he has definitely been driving hard and laying down some real fast times so far this season.
That's a 58.092 and your new fastest time.
Yep, speaking of fast times, Ramsey Trainer now in the lead. And that does actually wrap up course 1 for us. What we do for our youth class, though, is that we just let them go ahead and run both of their courses back-to-back in the middle of our race day. And then we continue with course 2 for all the rest of our classes. So these guys are going to go ahead and run their second course. And then we'll be into UTV Bounty Course 2.
Which is awesome. Again, keeps it fresh in their mind. Everybody goes out there and have some fun. And again, it's always nice to see how they can. Most drivers on each course will pick up a few seconds here and there because they are racing the exact same course at each off-road park. They can usually pick up a little bit of time, which is nice, and shows getting more comfortable with it, and also learning where to go, which is
that helps.
Sometimes problems for big bouncer drivers.
Yeah.
So it's always exciting to see them go out there and have fun. And again, it's really neat to see them improved. It shows they are really striving to do better. So we always appreciate that.
Let me give you guys our top 5 rundown from round 1 for the youth class. Ramsey Trainer had the fastest time with a 58, followed by Easton Hilton with a 64, Clara Hoback with a 66. Then we had Nathan Ellison with a 68 and Dallas Heckley with a 71.
Wow. That was a really quick time.
62.561 for Easton Hilton.
Again, he had increased quite a bit.
Elliott Carter on the course now. Uh-oh.
Get a little help from the course workers there. A little encouragement.
One good thing about these buggies being so small is usually one, maybe two dads can grab hold and move them around if they get a little stuck.
Yeah, and again, there's a lot of dads out there on the course trying to help keep everybody going in the correct direction. And again, that's not just with our youth class. That's also with big drivers as well.
Yeah.
Again, definitely enjoying that nice high-speed loop out there.
Cruising down the SES slope.
Get some wind in your hair.
Or on your helmet, either way. Elliott's dad, Dustin, raced in the limited bouncer class just a little while ago. We talked about this a bit yesterday, but it's fun. Oh, let me go ahead and get this time, and then we'll continue that.
That's a 101.103 for Elliott Carter.
But the family aspect of this sport is one of the things that is so fun about it, because we've got these youth drivers out here, and you can see a lot of the people out on the course helping direct them. Those are all their dads, and a lot of the dads are racing as well. So it's definitely a family affair to come to the races, and we love that.
And speaking of guiding, we got Sadie Ellison up on the course again with her co-driver helping guide her through the course.
Sadie Alexander.
Sadie Alexander.
Yeah.
Kind of guide her through the course.
This is Sadie's first season racing. She is 4 years old.
And doing just an...
Hence why she has a co-driver.
Yeah, and doing an awesome job for 4 years old. I mean, that's incredible.
She calls her race program Spare Change Racing.
Spare Change. I love it.
And a fun fact about Sadie is that she loves jokes and pranks.
I can appreciate that. Again, I always love hearing the name of the race program or the name of their off-road vehicle. It's pretty great. Definitely enjoying the high-speed section out there. Coming up to that woods section, getting some encouragement there. I know there's some dads out there helping us with being course workers.
It looks like she has the same co-driver as last time. I don't think it's Sadie, though, because I see a blue shirt in there. Not Sadie Ellison. let's get that time for Sadie Alexander. $123.862. Well done, Sadie. Looks like we've got Dallas Heckley on the line now.
Starting to warm up a little bit out here. Get a little bit more sticky.
Hey, as long as it's not raining on us,
that's true.
We'll take it.
Got Dallas Heckley ripping out that race line starting gate.
Dallas, 4th in points coming into the weekend with 409. She also had a 5th place finish at our last race at Fiddler's Bend, Oklahoma.
And it's always great to see all of our dads out there being course workers, being encouraging, help them get them all guided around where they need to go.
Dallas's favorite thing about racing is driving, seeing her friends, and winning. I can agree with all that.
I concur.
Yeah. She has some other hobbies and sports that she enjoys as well. She likes deer and turkey hunting, basketball, soccer, playing guitar, and farming. She says she is a farm girl at heart. She has 2 pet cows.
2 pet cows?
Yeah.
Not one.
Whiskey and
2
Dixie.
Pet cows.
When she grows up, she wants to be a fortune cookie writer.
That's got to be a fun job.
Somebody has to do it, right?
Yeah. That's a 72.595.
That's a 2nd place time right now. Easton Hilton still with the fastest time of a 62. Dallas Heckley falling into that 2nd place behind him now.
Got Nathan Ellison sitting up in that race line starting gate. You can tell that some of these buggies have definitely been tweaked just a slight bit, just to how quick they are able to just, dart through some of that rock terrain. He is flying.
Nathan Ellison is in 3rd grade. He says his favorite park to race at is Rush Off-Road because he finished 2nd there. Good memories. I always like the parks that I did well at, too. So yeah. I don't blame him.
Yeah, I can see that. Anytime you're winning or on the podium, you can't really be too mad about it.
Other hobbies he enjoys are just getting dirty, and he likes to build fires and fish. $65.711 for Nathan Ellison, and that's a 2nd place time right now. Easton Hilton with that 62, now followed by Nathan Ellison with a 65, and then Dallas Heckley with a 72. We're about halfway through course 2 for our Super Grip UTV youth class. Once we wrap up our youth class, we will move on to course 2 for UTV Bounty, and then we've got course 2 for the bouncers.
Oh, yeah.
Which is going to be something.
It's going to be interesting. All right. We're getting some updates from the bouncer class. I'm excited. I thought I heard Clyde talking to Cooper, Bentley's dad, earlier. Mm-hmm. And I think they said that they blew the seals. We saw that smoke earlier. Mm-hmm. I think they blew the seals out of his power steering pump. So, which would make sense if Wade said something about taking parts off his and put them on Cooper's. He said, I'm going to hit that. He said, I'm a good guy. So I'm going to take this hill second. He goes, and then we're going to take parts off mine and put them on Cooper's.
Nice.
So that would make sense.
We'll find out shortly when we run course 2 for the bouncers. This is Collier Hoback out on the course now.
What is Collier's? What does he get when he wins? I know we've talked about giving kittens away before when his sister won.
His sister Clara, she did get to pick out a kitten after she won a race. And I mentioned that I travel a lot with the Hobacks. Sometimes she gets to stop at Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
On the way home from racing as a
Cracker Barrel
special
as well, right?
treat. We've done Cracker Barrel for dinner before. Yep. I don't know what Collier would pick.
Yeah.
If he were to win.
I just think it's really funny that she was like, I want a kitten.
I'll have to ask him.
Or Cracker Barrel. I'm like, what?
The mind of a 9-year-old,
yes.
10-year-old.
It's like, hey, I want a pet, or let's go out to lunch. You know?
I don't think she's going to get a kitten every time she wins. Their house would be overrun with cats pretty soon. So maybe that's why they had to dial it back to a Buc-ee's run.
Yeah. But yeah, hey, you got just as much fun in there and probably spend a whole lot more than your cat costs.
Yeah, really. Well done from Collier.
That's a 77.489 from Mr. Collier Holbeck.
Now we've got Ramsey Trainer with Rowdy Boy Racing sitting in the race line starting gate.
Again, he is just kind of walking away so far with this season.
Running away with it with a 70-point lead. Clara Hoback in second place. She's got her work cut out for her. It's going to take some DNFs from Ramsey in order for her to be able to catch up.
He is just flying.
And he is getting after it. You can see how he has gained and held on to that points lead that he's got right now.
He is just moving. All right, see what that time's going to be.
All right, let's check that time for Ramsey Trainer. Let's 59.298 for Ramsey Trainer. And that does put Ramsey in the lead, followed by Easton Hilton with a 62 and Nathan Ellison with a 65. Those are your top three right now. We've got a handful of drivers left for Course 2 for our Super Grip UTV Youth Class. This is Blake Heckley out on the course now.
She's been quick time, too, as well. Again, that Heckley race team, they are very competitive.
Blake's other hobbies include soccer, fishing, riding her electric bike, and she also likes to do some deer and turkey hunting, like big sister Dallas. Her dog, Bo, is her best friend, and I know Bo. He's a sweet dog, so I'm not surprised that they're best buddies. Here's a good one for you, Matt. When she grows up, Blake wants to be a goldfish babysitter, a dog surfing instructor, or a water slide tester.
That's
what she wrote down.
Water slide tester. Could be a good time. That was an 81.237 from Miss Blake Heckley. Yeah, I like water slide tester. Sounds pretty good. You know, what do you do? Like hit some slides. A-okay, thumbs up. You know, like, do you have to do like a report after that? Is it just like a gold sticker?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Blake. Some of these kiddos have some big personalities.
They do.
I'll tell you that. They're a lot of fun to hang out with and fun to watch them, not just racing, but also when they're running around and hanging out as a whole gang out here. Clara Hoback on the course now.
Again, you can still see some crews down there working on the bouncers, getting them all put back together. Most people are hanging out in the shade. Nice, great cloud cover with plenty of trees over here behind us. Everybody enjoying that.
This is Clara's 4th season racing with the NRRA. Her first season she raced with us in 2022. She won first place overall for the year. In 2023, she won 3rd place. And then last year, she was back on top of the box at the end of the year in first place. So we'll see how the 2025 season ends up shaking out for her. And she's 2nd in points right now, so she's had a really good season going so far.
Definitely making quick work of that course. See what time's going to be.
.960 for Clara Hoback. And that is a 3rd place time right now on course 2. Believe this is Callie Ray Alexander out on the course now.
I think they're doing double duty in that rig.
Once again, thank you guys for tuning in with us here on Hillside Live today with Rock Racing TV and Power Sports World. Hope you've enjoyed watching our youth class right now, and hope you're able to catch some of the racing action from our first half of the day. Course 1 for our UTV Bounty and Bouncers. We've got just one youth driver left after Callie finishes her run here, and that is going to wrap up our youth class. We've got a handful of drivers for our UTV teen class to run their 2nd course, and then we'll be back at it for UTV Bounty and Bouncers Course 2.
Yeah, our teen and our youth class had a pretty good run today.
Yeah, everybody's doing a great job.
Bouncers, not so much. The adults, we're having a little more trouble. Wade Good over there.
There's Wade Good, glamour shot right there.
took a hit. The tire, did you see it? A 43-inch tire, wheel and tire just came off that hill.
92.257 for Callie Alexander. Aubrey Sevi is out on the course now. She is our last driver of the day for our youth class.
Yeah, our amateur drivers had quick times. Our youth class was flying along. Again, it's impressive what they can do with these 170s.
It really is.
I remember we had, I think it was last year it rained here, and I had to, because they're two-wheel drive, I literally had to push one up the hill, just trying to get it all the way up. I was like, come on, you can do it, little buddy.
They're impressive little vehicles, and then all at once sometimes you realize their limitations as well.
Yeah.
Especially on the kind of terrain that we're out racing on.
All you need is 2 tires to just spin on the wet grass, and it was all that little buggy could do to climb the hill. All right, this is going to wrap up our UTV youth section. That's an 85.155 for Audrey Savin. Again, that wraps up our UTV youth section. We appreciate them. That was Course 1 and Course 2 for them. They did a great job. We're very proud of them. Looks like Bree's going to get our totals up real quick there, get a top 5.
All right, real quick, our top 5 guys. We had Ramsey Trainer, followed by Easton Hilton, Clara Hoback, Nathan Ellison, and Dallas Heckley. That was top 5 for Course 2. All right, to our Power Sports World audience, we are going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll be sending our UTV team drivers off the line. Here to the Good Evening Ranch in Canvas, West Virginia. It is time for the second half of our race day here, round 2 for everybody. We are going to send our UTV teen drivers off the line shortly. And before we start sending them off the line, we do have some of the specifics of the class to share with you guys so you can get an idea of the difference in this class from our youth class or some of our other UTV classes. So our UTV teen class is meant for drivers 17 and under. They drive full body UTVs. Our youth drivers cannot run both youth and teen. And our drivers have to have not podiumed in a race in any point series. That would be the amateur component. So we call it the teen/amateur class. This class is new for us this season, and it was really created as a way for our youth drivers that aged out of our youth class, because that's for 12 and under, to have someplace else to go race where they're not quite ready to jump in with the adult classes yet.
Yeah.
So we created the teen class for 17 and under, and we've got 4 awesome drivers in the class racing with us this weekend, and they all did a great job on course 1. I'm sure they're going to do the same on course 2, and we will be sending them off the line shortly.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's kind of nice to have that kind of buffer to go between. You don't want to go right from 12 years old to racing guys like Wade Good in the side-by-side. So 13 to 17. You can join earlier if you're ready. Again, can go up to 17. Once you're 18, you hop into the stock class. But that has to be an OEM chassis is the biggest thing is. You know, you can have some suspension modifications. You can have engine modifications. It's just that chassis and those plastics are super crucial for that class. But very great to see guys. Going to have a kind of a medium-level class to get kind of accustomed to the big cars before they hop in and start doing some racing.
Yeah, it's kind of intimidating to be a first-time racer, especially if you're used to driving in a youth class with other kiddos 12 and under, and then, you know, all of a sudden you turn 13 and you want to keep racing, but like you said, aren't quite ready to be in there with guys like Wade Good and Cooper Bentley and the others in our UTV classes. So that was why the teen class was created.
Yeah.
And it's been working really well this season.
It has, and again, it's been pretty competitive as well. I know the Northingtons have definitely helped push that forward with their
for real
rivalry, just combating each other all season.
Looks like we've got Josie Northington on the line to start us off for Course 2. Course 1, Brantley Havens had the fastest time for our teen class with a 99, followed by Jace Northington with a 111, sister Josie Northington right behind him with a 112, and Sadie Ellison with a 146.
All right, sounds like we're trying to get a course clear, make sure everything's ready to go. All right, sounds like clock is hot.
Josie raced with us for the first time at our last event in Oklahoma and did an awesome job.
Phenomenal.
And I think the sibling rivalry between Jace and Josie has definitely pushed them both a little bit. We've seen some really quick runs from them. Jace aired it out over this race lane ramp earlier.
Yeah, he may have sent it a touch too hard. He had some issues with his rear drive line. I know he broke one axle shaft. Somebody else was saying he broke two. So I'm sure they had to do little repairs, but she is definitely flying right now.
Oh,
wow. Kind of tagged a tree there. Definitely whipping that steering wheel around. Whoa. Dropping off there, riding a wheelie out of it.
She said, I'm out of here. Putting that Polaris RZR to the test. Oh, no.
Dang it.
Josie caught a tree on her turn.
Again,
looked like she just rode the tire right up it and it tipped her over.
Dang, you hate to see that. Knocks her out there. Man, that
stinks. Oh,
stinks.
she had such a good run going.
Dang it. Man, you hate to see that again. Just caught the edge of a tree there. Didn't look like she was going too fast, but that tire, like Bree said, kind of just rode up a little bit and unfortunately flopped her over there. Dang it.
I'm sure she was on her side before she even realized what happened.
Yeah. Again, some of those trees, you can see how tight this is a perfect shot right here. You can see how many trees are in that course, and you have a lot of options as far as paths taken, but one can definitely reach out and grab you.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. I usually am a fan of trees because on a hill they can help stop you from barrel rolling all the way down, but they're, in this case, not so great.
Not so helpful this time.
Yeah.
Let's check out that Amsoil action shot. Yep, just rode right up it.
Dang it. That stinks.
All right, she's back on all fours now. I wonder if Big Brother Jace is bummed about that, or maybe secretly not so bummed.
Yeah, I mean, you want him to do well, you just don't want him to do as well as you.
There you go. All right, that's fair.
You know, I never want to see my brother wreck. I want him to do good. That way when I beat him, I know.
But you want to do better.
Yeah, I can rub it in later and be like, oh, that's a good time. I mean, not as fast as mine, but it was a good time, you know. You know, I'm sure there's no, competition between you and your brother at all.
Oh, no, not at all.
Yeah, I'm sure your dad's never had to come out and be like, okay, no, we're done racing for the day. Yeah.
All right, that's Jace Northington on the line now. Jace is coming into the weekend second in points with 484, 24 points behind Brantley Havens. And Jace did take the win at our last event in Oklahoma.
Yeah, he has been just flying. In that race, I really didn't think he was going to beat his sister, but he did come out and knock down the win. He was absolutely flying. She was definitely running that ragged edge, so I was pretty impressed that he beat her.
Brantley did have the fastest time on course 1 today. So Jace he's going to have to be on top of things.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Again, just coming out full tilt. Get a little bit squirrely in there, but looks like he's keeping it going. Again, now getting hit in that fresh air. Again, that little bit of a lip there lets everybody kind of come out. Those guys are kind of just carrying those front wheels just a hair, but
he definitely checked up on the raceline ramp this time because he sent it off the end last time.
Definitely thrashing through those rocks. That rock garden has played havoc all day on these guys. Luckily, all of them have been able to get through it, but.
And Jace had a broken axle after course 1, so looks like he hustled up, probably had a good pit crew helping him out. Got everything back together.
Yeah, I would argue took a few people to get that set put back together. That's a 113.763 for Mr. Jace Northington.
Nice.
Nice smooth time.
That means Miss Sadie Ellison is on the line now. One little fun fact about Sadie and her racing is that last year she shared a buggy with her younger brother, Nathan, in the youth class. This year she moved up to the teen class and has to share a buggy with her older brother.
Yeah, the Ellison crew is definitely doing a ton of racing on a weekend.
So it sounds like to me we need to get this girl her own buggy.
Yeah, I'm sure it's taking a little abuse. You know, when you're doing double duty for a UTV, it just so much carnage goes through that buggy in a weekend. It takes a little extra love to probably get it ready for the next race.
Yeah, when my dad and I used to race the Rock Bouncer, the Avenger, and we would both race it, it's kind of hard because you want to go all out on your run. But in the back of your head, you're thinking, well, I don't want to break it so that they can't run either. And we would both say that about each other. He's like, well, I want you to be able to race. And I'm like, well, I want you to be able to race. So, but then it does get in your head just a little bit that you're like, man, I don't want to wreck it, and then him not be able to race.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe that's not the case with them, though. And if they break it, they're just like, sorry, bro.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
This sucks for you.
Yeah.
The Ellisons are a great family. Always fun to see them out here hanging out.
Coming down, heading in that second rock garden.
Come on, Sadie. Finish the course, and you've got that third place spot.
Again, sometimes it is trying just to get a finish out of it. When there's, again, carnage like this on the course, it's just trying to get it to the finish line.
.794 for Sadie Ellison.
Looks like we got Mr. Brentley Havens sitting in that race line starting gate.
Brantley is our current points leader and also had the fastest time on course 1.
See what he can do here.
You guys are watching Hillside Live. We are just about finished. This is our last run for the Super Grip UTV teen class. After this, we will be moving directly into course 2 for our UTV bounty class.
Again, out there just ripping through there. Brentley coming ripping out of that rock garden. I love his American flag just waving on the back.
Classic.
We've seen a handful of guys have flags whipping from the buggies over the years. I think Danny Smith was the first one I saw that really sported it pretty regularly.
Brantley's been racing with us for 3 years now. Started out in the youth class. You guys can follow him on Facebook with 2 Weeks Out Racing.
That was a 103.783 and our new fastest time for Course 2 in that UTV Teen Amateur class.
All right, that concludes the class. The rundown real quick is Brantley Havens had the fastest time on Course 2 with a 103, followed by Jason Northington with a 113, and Sadie Ellison with a 140. And then Josie had that unfortunate rollover, climbing up the tree a little bit. Awesome job to all of our teen drivers. And that concludes the Super Grip UTV teen class. We are ready to get our bounty drivers lined up and sent off the line. All right, folks, we're going to get our cameras set up for the bounty class, and we'll be ready to roll in just a moment.
These guys had a rough first course. Just kind of recap.
They sure did.
DNF was just all around. Everybody gets a DNF. It's like GoPro. You get a DNF, you get a DNF.
That was an easy recap.
Yeah, and so I really don't know how Course 2 is going to shake out, just because I could see it going okay. I could see it also going very violently, just because of past experiences. I know they cut a tree down, gave a little more options as far as opening up at the top, but it'll be interesting to see how that happens. All right, looks like we're getting everybody lined up, making sure we had a course clear. I think we're going to start with Jesse Riley. I think that's who they got backed in that race line starting gate.
Thank you guys for tuning in with us here today on Hillside Live. Hope you've been enjoying all this racing action from the Good Evening Ranch in Canvas, West Virginia. This is race number 6 of the National Rock Racing Association, 6 out of 10. We just came back from our mid-season break prior to this weekend. So we are officially over halfway through now, which I don't know about you, Matt, but it's kind of crazy to think that we're over halfway through the season already.
Yes, it really is. Again, this is the Bounty Series. They race the exact same course the Rock Bouncers race, except they do it with just a much smaller vehicle. So shout out to these guys. They're going to try to do the bouncer course. Going through the rock section, I don't think will be too difficult for them because we saw some side-by-sides in the Cup Series do a course similar to that yesterday. However, this last hill on this Mickey Thompson Mountain behind us is definitely going to give them some problems. I mean, the good news is we have a great shot of it. The downside is it may be havoc on these guys. Oh, man. We're getting word he DNF'd. I'm not sure exactly what happened, if he broke something or got stuck. But they must have got him out of the way because Casey Howell is ripping out the starting gate.
I'm thinking that Jesse Riley was just breaking the beam.
Maybe.
And just rolled off the course there. Casey Howell is definitely on a mission, though.
Yeah. Casey getting up there. I'm not sure what's going on with him. Getting hung up a little bit there.
Casey is second in points coming into the weekend in our Bounty class. He had a 4th place finish at our last race. And all 3 of our Bounty drivers this weekend DNF'd on course 1. So if Casey can just finish course 2 now, basically it's like a clean slate.
Again, try to make quick work. You can see there's 4 separate lanes in that rock section. Lane 1 is what we've been going down and coming back through. However, we're going to return on lane 4 in this rock course here, and it is pretty gnarly. You can see how monstrous some of those rocks really are. That big rock, you want to go real high and then kind of come crashing down through it. There we go. All right.
So far, so good, but man, y'all, we've still got the big hill.
Here we go.
The Yukon Do It Hill.
The Yukon. So it looks like that might be the line there. With that tree, that wheelbase is almost perfect between that big rock edge. I don't know how well that's going to play out with the bouncers.
Matt, would you say that he's between a rock and a hard place?
I definitely would, Bree. I definitely would. And again, we have a 5-minute time limit today. Most of our drivers were fitting that rock section pretty quickly, so it does give them a decent amount of time here to make multiple chances at this hill. Again, you see how undercut that left side is. Just such a monster hill. So close.
Did his back left quit pulling?
Dang it. And Casey was so close there.
No, he's still good. All right.
Yeah, man.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no. I think that That rock under that rear diff is definitely high centering him. That stinks.
Oh,
there
nice.
we go.
I didn't think he was going to get out of that.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Oh,
man.
Deja vu.
Yeah. And again, sometimes you can feel the buggy wiggling a little bit there by trying different things, but. There we go. Yeah, man, stink.
All right, and it sounds like he did reach the time limit. Gave it a heck of a try, though. That was Casey Howell. You guys are watching Course 2 of the UTV Bounty class. We are already 2 drivers down with 2 DNFs. It's all on Nathaniel Bell right now to be a hero and be the only one in the Bounty class to cross the finish line today.
And I believe he's a guy that can do that. Again, he's kind of a go for the gusto, try to make it work. So I could absolutely see him trying that.
Well, he's leading in points coming into this weekend, and he also had a second-place finish at our last race. So I agree with that, Matt.
All right. We're going to see what Nathaniel Bell can do.
Oh. Uh-oh. That's not a good start.
That is such a big ledge for UTVs.
There it is. Up the super grip, step up.
Again, being the only one left that has a chance of completing a course today on the UTV Bounty, it's he just needs to get back here and get a finish out of it. There's no need to hurry, but definitely having fun out there.
So far, so good for Nathaniel. All he has to do is just make it up this hill, Matt.
Really?
No big deal, right?
That's all. That's all. Yeah. Kind of getting up, lining up, feeling it out.
Getting that line picked out.
There's Cody Kaysen down there checking it out. All right. Here we go.
Oh, he's taking a full run at this.
Oh, man. He kind of caught that tree a little bit and kind of killed his momentum there. Man. again. You can see him kind of just skeeching into that tree there a little bit. And I'm not sure if that big rock face is pushing him into the tree or he's just momentum is carrying him into it. But
that tree, I think he'd have it.
It looked like for a second I thought he was going to have it. But
he took a little chunk out of it.
Yeah. And the bouncers are a tad bit wider, so I can only imagine what they're going to do to that poor little tree.
Just a tad. All right, looks like they're trying to figure out the best way to get Nathaniel recovered off the hill. That does complete our UTV bounty for the day, which means we are going to be ready to start switching over and getting ready for course 2 of the bouncers. But before we do that, guys, we got some more cool content to share with you from our friends at Power Sports World. So y'all go ahead and check this out while they're working on that recovery.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm Brian with Fishers Off-Road, and today I'm going to be answering a question that I get a lot this time of the year. Right now, we are in the beginning of November. It's archery season here in Middle Tennessee. The rut is about to pop off, and I get a question every year that goes something like this. Can I use my ATV or side-by-side to get to my stand, my setup, my blind? Can I use it to get back in closer to where I'm hunting? This is a question that I get all the time this time of the year, and this is not a yes or no question. This is not a one-size-fits-all question. As a matter of fact, this is always a controversial question. This is one of those that it sets some people off, and it's another one that some people are like, oh, you know, this is what I do. So I can't tell you yes or no. All I can tell you is how we do it, how I do it. And especially in our area here in Middle Tennessee, for us, we do use our ATV and side-by-side to get close to the stand and then walk the rest of the way in. Now, that being said, we also use our ATVs and side-by-sides every day of the year, all hours of the day. We'll do night rides. We'll do daytime stuff. We work around our property. Our neighbors use their ATVs and side-by-sides to check their cattle, to feed their cattle. We use our ATVs and side-by-sides around here in Middle Tennessee as like a normal vehicle, everyday use. If you're in an area where there's absolutely no ATV or side-by-side or recreational activity at all during the year, and you come in there during deer season and you start getting in your unit and you're starting it up at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning and you're getting back to your stand, those deer are going to know. They're going to know something's up. So if you have an area, especially a public area, like if you're using it on public property, something like a wildlife management area that you can use an ATV or side-by-side on, you got to be really careful with that because that can also trigger some emotions from other guys or gals that may not use a vehicle to get back into where they're going. Our property borders 2,000 acres of wildlife management area here in Middle Tennessee, and there's a road that goes around the outside of the property. Now, during hunting season, you can use that road. So I hear people driving on it when I'm up in my stand hunting, and actually it's a good thing for me because a lot of times they'll push deer back over to our side, and we capitalize on that opportunity. It's just one of those things, you got to be considerate of other hunters and neighbors. I've been on hunts in other states where we use side-by-sides and ATVs to get a good ways back into our stand, and then we'll kind of shut them off and we'll walk in the rest of the way. I've even actually been on a hunt where I had a side-by-side parked literally 100 yards away, and there was more deer over by that side-by-side walking by in that area than there were in my area. So you just never know. It's like I said, it's not a one-size-fits-all, but you just got to be courteous of other hunters and think about the area you're going into. How loud is your side-by-side? You know, it all comes down to the noise level. You know, sometimes I've even heard people playing their radio in a unit while they're going back to a stand or getting back to an area. So I would not recommend that. I would keep it as chill and low profile as possible. I've been on hunts already with outfitters where we did not use any ATVs or side-by-sides. They just didn't believe in it. They didn't like it. But they would use their pickup trucks to get us back in pretty far and then drop us off. But that's also what they did every day. So you just got to remember, whatever the daily routine is, whether it's a pickup truck, an ATV, a side-by-side. And I also notice now a lot of guys are starting to use the e-bikes to get back into where they're going hunting, which is a different subject and topic and discussion all its own, because I have a video I'm getting ready to put out now on e-bikes, and you might want to check your local public hunting areas, because like we have, like I said, the Tennessee Wildlife Management Area that's literally behind our property. There are some regulations on e-bikes, which I never thought there would be, but I'm going to do another video on that. So stay tuned for that video, because that just kind of blew my mind on what you can and can't do with e-bikes on a public hunting area. So the bottom line is just be courteous to other hunters, and the situation may or may not allow you to use an ATV or side-by-side to get back to your stand. There you go, guys. I hope that helps you out. Hope you have a great hunting season and be safe.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back, race fans, to the 6th race of the National Rock Racing Association. We are getting ready to kick off Bouncer course number 2 of the day. We're so excited for this Mickey Thompson Bouncer Cup. It has been a crazy morning with only 5 guys finishing course 1. And now with course 2 being a very difficult one we've seen before, I have no idea how today is going to shake out. Bree, do you want to give us a top 5 real quick of course 1?
Yeah, top 5 is all I can give you, Matt. That's all we had finished. Wade Good had the fastest time with a 99, followed by Nick Reich with a 109. Then we had Daniel Heckley with a 128, Dustin Medley with a 134, and Clay Kaysen, his first Bouncer race ever, with a 184. And there's like a
16-way tie for 6th place.
Yeah. That's Daniel Heckley that you see sitting on the line there. He is ready to rock and roll, guys. We are going to unleash him in just 3 seconds and see what he can do here on course 2.
Oh, man. That thing is such a monster. He is just ripping out of that starting gate. Absolutely just on fire. He was pulling in and just revving it up, and it just sounds like a monster.
You know he is so amped up right now, too, being one of the only 5 to finish course 1, having that 3rd place finish. He is coming into the weekend 5th in points, but only 3 points behind Clint Garrison.
Man.
Clint had a DNF on course 1, so of course that's all going to change now.
Yeah. Yeah, again, it's kind of crazy. We only had 5 guys finish, so that's definitely going to shake things up. And who knows how course 2 is going to go. Honestly, I got that great drone footage. I'm not sure what's going on. He landed, kind of bobbled a little bit, and then took off, but he is not going fast at all.
Oh, something is definitely wrong.
Yeah, this is definitely not good for Daniel. Oh, no.
Is he still going through the course?
I'm not sure what happened. Okay, so they're saying he lost a drive shaft. Broke a drive shaft, and then it fell off.
And seems like he's still attempting the course.
He has rear-wheel
and
drive
two-wheel drive,
available, but not front-wheel drive. Dang it. You can hear that motor just echoing through that hauler up there. He is trying everything he can to get up that ledge. He's even using his rear steer to try to climb up it. Oh, he's so close. And that is a very big and heavy buggy to try to shove up a hill in 2-0 drive. I think he's getting it.
Well, this is also a prime example of how we tell you the rocks are bigger and the hills are steeper out here in person than they look on camera, because he can't even walk his way back through the rock garden right now in 2-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Oh, man, you know that's got to be so frustrating for Daniel.
Yeah. You know he wants it so bad.
You think if he actually makes it back over to the Yukon Do-It Hill that he's going to try it in 2-wheel drive?
I feel like since he's still competing 100%, he's coming around and he's going to hit that.
If he can get to it.
Yeah. Oh, man. He is trying to just straight burn that thing down right now. Come on, buddy. And again, he could go a little bit to the left of those two trees, and I think it's a little bit easier line. I think he shut it off. That buggy has to be warm right now. I mean, that buggy just has to be warm right now.
All right, well, he's called it quits anyway. I don't think there was any way he could have made it out and gotten to the hill with the 5-minute time limit. Oh, man, tough break for Daniel Heckley.
Dang it. Which, again, that is one of the best bouncers out here racing. So just shows that anything can happen on a race day.
We officially have our first DNF for Course 2, Matt.
Wow. I'm kind of interested to see how it's going to go. And he's not a guy I thought would have issues, today. Especially
on this part of the course, anyway.
Especially not in the rock garden, You see Keith crawling out there to help him. Man, you hate to see that. Awesome. Well, all right, while we get some buggies situated and get him recovered, we're going to take a quick commercial break from Power Sports World, and we'll come back right after these messages. What is up, everybody? Welcome back. We're so great to be here. We have one racer down, Daniel Heckley, and throw a drive shaft of all things. Got caught up in the rock garden. We're getting him recovered. Mr. Wade Good is sitting in that race line starting gate, just probably itching to get out. I know I've been at races where Wade literally at the driver's seat was like, "Hey, can I go first? Does anybody want to go first? I want to go first. Is that okay if I go first?" We're like, "Yeah." No one else is like, "Yeah, we don't care." And he's like, "All right, cool."
Well, and we've got a little interesting tidbit to share about Wade as well, Matt. You want to let the folks know about that?
Yeah, well, I heard Cooper's dad come and talk a little bit to Clyde, and then I heard Clyde say some stuff about a steering pump or some seals. Wade came up a minute ago and was like, "Hey, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to run, and then quickly take my power steering pump off of mine, transfer to Cooper's, and that way Cooper can still go out and hit the hills and get some times." And again, that's the guy in second place who's battling the guy in first place, who's taking parts off his buggy to help him out. And I know we talk a lot about camaraderie in this sport, but how many guys in second place would take parts off their car to help the guy in first place who they're trying to beat? You know, I think that really speaks volume, not just to the sport as well, but also to those men's character and just
absolutely
and what a classy guy that we race in this sport. I know you see us out here with these awesome off-road buggies and think, man, those guys are just some good old boys. But again, just pure class from the racers. So thank you so much. And again, huge shout out to both those guys. You know, and again, Wade for doing everything he can to keep everybody going. Sounds like Daniel's coming around. That Hellbent buggy just has a monster motor. Wade is coming out of Kentucky. He's all good racing. Kenneth Cozy and him live pretty close to each other. That's Kenneth there on the screen you see running. They live pretty close. They help each other out a little bit. And again, Wade is sitting 5 points behind Cooper, and it's just itching to get out there. Looks like we're getting a course clear here. See Nick and Fordzilla sitting next to here. He's definitely going to wait and sit here and watch Wade's run. See if he can pick up some pointers.
Doing our starting line safety checks before we send Wade off the line. We do that for all of our drivers. Want to make sure that everything is buckled up and where it's supposed to be. Safety first. Wade is unleashing on course 2 now.
Again, coming out, just ripping out of that race line starting gate. Again, Wade is our second driver on course 2. Here at the 6th race, the National Rock Racing Association. Again, today's leaderboard has gotten completely shaken up, and I think course 2 here is definitely going to be no exception to the rule.
We actually had the water truck out here this morning early, spraying down our main area through here by the pits, trying to keep the dust down, but that has long since dried out. And you might notice that the dust has started to kick up a little bit again, become a little bit of a factor as the drivers are coming back through their own dust cloud.
Yeah. Again, coming out through there. Here we go.
Oh, straight up the middle.
Stink. Dang
it.
Oh,
man.
It looks like he had a different game plan than we saw the UTVs. He was going to try to go far left, and that did not pay off the way he thought.
I think he thought that he could just eat up that rock ledge and kind of bobble right over it, but it was a little too much of a bobble and sent him right over.
The only good news is, for him, the two guys he was really worried about, Cooper and probably Daniel, both of those guys have a DNF today as well. Obviously, Nick, who's back into that race line starting gate, who's definitely gonna try to capitalize on that. All right, we got an Ames Oil action shot here. Again, you see him coming up. He tried to pick that far left lane. Kind of using that rear steer, whipping around. And you can see that rock just to the left. He tried to come up. I think he thought he'd hit that and kind of pop up. Unfortunately, that back tire kind of dipped into that hole, and it just kind of sucked him right up.
We've got a guest joining us up here in the booth now while they work on that recovery. We've got Nathan Ellison. How's it going, buddy?
Good.
One of our youth class drivers. All right, tell us what you thought about the course today and how you're thinking about things. We're over halfway through the season now because this was race number 6. So give us your thoughts on the course today. Put that a little closer for you.
There you go.
All right, give us your thoughts.
The course was good. The course was good. I didn't mostly care about the bottom course way back there.
Mm-hmm.
I mostly just cared about the ditches and stuff.
Okay.
And when I was coming around that turn, I thought I was gonna flip, so I let go of the steering wheel and stuff. And so that's why I slowed down on this first round.
Gotcha. Well, at least you didn't flip.
Yeah.
I'll say, it looked like you had a great job. How did the car feel while you're out there driving?
Good.
Good. Car felt good?
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys made any upgrades this season?
No, not really.
No? Okay.
Are you glad that you don't have to share with your sister anymore since she's not racing in the youth class?
Mm-hmm.
She's in the teen class now?
Yes.
You like having it all to yourself?
Yes.
How old are you?
9.
9
years old.
All
Wow.
right. Do you have anybody that you would like to say thank you or give a shout out to while you're up here?
I'll thank you for my mom, my dad, and my brother for getting the buggy ready for me this morning when we came over here and stuff.
Yeah, that was nice of him to do. That's a good big brother if he'll get you ready for racing.
That was.
Anything else that you want us to know about your run today or what you thought of the course or even our next race that we're going to have in coming up at Pretty Place in August? You got any thoughts on that?
No, not really.
You'll figure that out when you get there, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, buddy. Well, thanks for joining us up here and chatting with us. And real quick, what do you think about what's happening there on the screen? You think you'll ever drive a bouncer someday?
No, not really.
No, you don't think so? Not maybe, give it 10 years or something? You don't think
No.
you'll be in a bouncer?
No.
No? Do you think you'll move up to the teen class in a few years, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Be back to sharing a buggy with Sadie again?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us up here, buddy. You have a good rest of the day, okay? Good job today.
Okay.
That was one of the Ellison Racing crew. He did a great job in our youth class earlier today.
Yeah. Yeah, and as we told you guys, he was sitting in the starting gate again. Now they have to pull this off get that power steering pump off, get it put back on Cooper's. And again, we saw that white smoke. We weren't 100% sure what it was when we saw Cooper. I wasn't sure if it was smoke. Typically, the radiators are mounted on the rear, so it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a lot of necessarily coolant coming from the front. But again, with a bouncer, you never know. Especially like Cooper, you have a rollover.
Mysterious things happen.
Yeah, you never know what's coming from the front of the engine. So.
But Wade definitely did not have to offer up his steering pump for Cooper, so they're going to get this buggy recovered off the hill. They're going to hustle up and take that pump off, and I'm sure Cooper and his pit team are ready to go to get that installed so that he can make his second run.
Yeah, I'm sure Kenneth and Wade will be up there helping him. Like, it's just awesome to see that kind of camaraderie from the sport, you know.
So Nick Reich had the second fastest time on course 1. Now that Wade has DNF'd, that's kind of leaving the door open for Nick to walk through right now. If he can get
be huge.
A smooth run, which, I mean, this Yukon Do-It Hill, that's anybody's guess how everyone's going to do on that today. So far, not so great. While they continue getting Wade recovered off the hill, we're going to share some more of the content from Power Sports World with you guys, and we'll be back in action racing with Course 2 in just a few minutes.
There is this extraordinarily unpredictable beauty to backcountry riding. And I think that's what I love so much about BDR is that they give you a ticket to experience that. In our own personal lives, I think that we're able to exact a certain degree of control over the outcome of our own destinies. But backcountry riding involves venturing into the unknown, and you have to relinquish this idea that you're in control of the natural world around you. Riding a BDR comes with perspective-altering experiences of extreme beauty and challenges along the way. For sunshine or for rain, riding one will likely be an experience that you will never forget. This year I rode the Idaho BDR, and during my time on that route, the weather seemed to be a humbling adversary. With lightning and rain in the south and smoke and fire in the north, it was a tough route to navigate. But behind each challenge was a life lesson and an accomplishment that I can carry with me for the rest of my life. After spending 14 days exploring the backcountry and living off of MREs and fighting off mosquitoes, I've since come home to my normal life. And I missed the unpredictable nature of my day-to-day experiences. I missed the wanderlust freedom that I got from being out there. And I'm already in the process of planning my next route. There's a whole world that begins where the pavement ends, and BDR has given us the maps to go and see it.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are ready to continue on with Course 2 of the Mickey Thompson Bouncer Cup here. We've seen 2 DNFs so far, Daniel Heckley and Wade Good, which I think we can all say we weren't fully expecting, especially since Daniel's happened out on the track section, not even on the Yukon Do-It Hill. But like we said earlier, it's anybody's game today. This is not an easy course at all here at the Good Evening Ranch in Canvas, West Virginia. I believe we've got Blake Harity on the line. I can't quite see the buggy right now, so we'll all find out together in just a minute. Thank you guys for tuning in with us today here on Hillside Live on Power Sports World. Hope you've been enjoying all the racing action as much as we have. We've got a lot still to go. We've got most of our bouncer drivers for Course 2, and then we still have our limited bouncers as well to run their Course 2. We've seen a lot of great racing action so far from all of our UTV classes, Stock, Cup, Bounty, Teen, and Youth. It looks like we have a timer to fix real quick, too. You can see out on the screen. I think somebody knocked it over,
yes.
Which, you know, A lot of moving parts out here.
Done that once or twice.
Stuff
Bump one,
happens.
knock one over.
So we're gonna get that timer set back up.
I may or may not have ran over one once.
Oh.
I like Clyde. He's like, what? Come on.
All right, guys. While they get this timer situation worked out, let's just go ahead and take a little look back on this same time and place last year and see what happened on this hill. Y'all check this out.
Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Tree, catch that tree. All right, he might be laying back on his wheels. Oh, man. I think he's done. Oh, no. Get back on your wheels.
Oh, man. It almost worked. He almost landed it at the top.
We got a flat. That's not good.
Here we go.
I don't know. We don't need the wheel to hit. Nope.
Oh.
Tree. That's tree. Yeah.
Not good.
Oh, man. He had a great run going.
Go, go, go!
Oh!
Right there. If he can keep the... Oh, he is right there.
Oh, no! He is over, and he is not going to be able to self-recover from this one, unfortunately. All right.
See what he's going to do.
Oh, went far left.
Get back on the wheels.
Wait.
There he goes.
All
yes.
right. It's not over yet.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Ooh. Get back on the wheels. On the wheels.
Wow. Nick, be cool. Be cool. Oh. Wait.
He caught in the tree.
No, I don't.
What do you do now?
I don't know how he can get out of that.
I think he's going to try to push pressure against the tree and maybe swing the front end around.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Dang it.
And fish hook.
All right, welcome back. We have Nick Reich sitting in that race line starting gate. Again, Bree talked about how he is sitting third for the season, and he's one of the guys that got a finish on our first course, so he needs to come out
a
and
second place finish.
Yeah, not only finish, but finish very well. So he came blistering out of that course, but I think at this point we just need to get a finish for him.
Yeah.
And it will push him up in the points. And again, I was looking earlier during the break. Nick is 38 points behind Cooper. If he can finish first on this course, there's a 40-point difference. So he could go from third to first in the season probably in one day.
No pressure, Nick.
So I wonder if that's in the back of his mind as well. Again, we have some good old boys that race out here, but you would be amazed at how sharp they are when it comes to math on when guys are on the course racing or rolling over. I've heard some of them out there doing monkey math while guys are literally in the middle of a run going, all right, we got to add him if he finishes here.
Then I'm 3 points off, and if he's 7 seconds faster
yes,
than
it's crazy. I'm like, how do you guys, I'm like,
I'll finish it all out when it's over.
Yeah, I'm like, my brain didn't work that fast. Got Nick ripping through this little rock section here. We appreciate him, and he does a great job with his social media. Go check him out.
Yeah, you guys can find Nick on Behind Bars Racing, Fordzilla on Facebook, or Fordzilla Buggy, and on YouTube you can look up Fordzilla Rock Bouncer. Find some good stuff on there.
Here we go.
Oh my
wow.
goodness.
Get ready to,
Wow.
Wow. That's impressive.
Okay, that's not what I was expecting, but I like it.
It was not at all what I thought was going to happen there. That was some definite aerobatics.
I don't think that's what Nick thought was going to happen either.
Yeah, oh my goodness! Here we go! Oh, that's up! Oh my goodness! And the crowd goes wild. That was awesome. Oh my goodness.
All right, Nick. Matt, it's the first chance I'm going to get to say it today. Nick, it's all downhill from here. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Oh my gosh. Wow. I like that he put both hands up in the air and just neutral dropped it. Wow. Wow. That is awesome.
That was a show,
Heck
guys.
yeah.
That's some rock bouncing right there.
That's a 133.557. However, right now, times are kind of irrelevant because he's our only finisher of course 2. And I think the crowd is still high on life right now after watching that. They were all going nuts when he came by the finish line.
I think Nick is pretty high on life right now.
Wow.
That was something.
Yeah. And again, all the drivers are also taking note of that. Did you see how far he went to that left side?
He did.
I mean, wow. Holy cow, that was impressive. I really didn't think that was going to work. I did not think that was going to work. Man.
Oh, that was a combination of luck and skill, I do
yes.
believe.
100%. 100%. Wow. That
the
was
luck
impressive.
came in how he was able to land that first pirouette
Yeah.
and come on back and give it another shot.
And then he backed up and just full tilt neutral dropped. That looked like some old school rock bouncing.
That
just
sure did.
Good old neutral drop.
That's some Bobby Tanner stuff right there.
Yeah, for real. I've seen him do more than his fair share of neutral drops. Bobby liked a neutral drop, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen Sparky do that a few times. Just rev up, drive it to about $6,000 and just drop the hammer, Bubba Bacon. I seen him on a climb one time. There's a lip he couldn't get out. Nobody had made it. He just revved it to about $6,000 and just smacked it down.
Ben Driscoll on the course now in Misfit. That's a pretty tough act to follow there.
Wow. Yeah, that is impressive.
Well, let's see what Ben can do here on course 2.
Again, I think Nick magically found the line somehow, and not where I thought it would be either.
No.
Like, I talk about some YouTube highlights. Me and Nick were talking last night. He just broke 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, so we were kind of celebrating. Ben is flying through this course.
Man, after watching what Nick just did.
Yeah.
I'm sure Ben's thinking, I got to lay it down now.
Oh, yeah. And again, Ben has been getting really comfortable in the seat of this buggy. I've seen him several times come down, get here early and play on the park a little bit. When nobody else is down, he's checking out, have some friends with him, and they'll start hitting some ledges and kind of seeing how the buggy reacts at what speed. So he has definitely been putting his homework in. Let's see, he picked this buggy up at Rush Off-Road Park. He picked it up right before Rush Off-Road Park in Rush, Kentucky, and has definitely just become really comfortable with it.
Yeah, I think he raced it about half a dozen times last year and is planning to put it in the full season this year.
Again, I think he's looking for that same line, but there's
that's pretty far left.
Yeah, there's such an undercut there. And again, who'd have thought when we had rain yesterday there would be this much dust already?
Really? Oh.
Almost. Look at him trying to drive out of it.
Oh, man.
Man.
Hang on.
There we go. Luckily, our broadcasting booth is close enough to this part of the track. You can literally see what the driver is doing in the cabin. He was trying everything he could to straighten that buggy back out.
Man,
there's a big rock.
I think he might be feeling a little deja vu right now. I'm pretty sure that's what he did last year on this hill. Turned it over, put it back up again, and was able to take a second run.
Then come back for more. Looks like he's messing with his steering. I'm not sure.
That.
Something's being a little jittery there or what the deal is.
Oh.
Yeah. Dang it.
Looks like he's calling it quits.
Yeah, man, stink. Again, that's an...
Let's check out the AMSOIL action shot from Ben's run.
Oh, you can see he's doing everything in that cab right there, jerking that wheel to kind of bring it back around. Again, tough luck for Ben. Again, having just an awesome day. You hate to see it. And again, I'd love to see him hit that one more time because he was getting really close. All right, we got Jonathan Gibbs coming out of that race line starting gate. He is a stunt double this weekend, Mr. Jay Storts. He's absolutely just thrashing in there through that rock garden. Wow, look at that. Look at the dust just like evaporate as they just explode as he's ripping through that high-speed section. I mean, a lot of guys taking that kind of far left line up that rock, kind of drifting out there a little bit more. So definitely getting close to some of those flags. We saw one of our UTV drivers tag one yesterday. Yeah, that's a rough 30-second penalty.
Oh, yeah. You definitely don't want that tacked onto your time.
Especially the way times are going today. I mean, that 30 seconds may be huge. All right, here we go. Again, Johnny Gibbs is a bit of a wild man, so I have no idea what to expect here. Yeah, you can see the dust there kind of collecting around it.
Oh!
Come on, get back down. There we go.
Okay.
See Michael Garski down there kind of getting out of the way. He's coming back around.
Daniel's trying to get him lined up there.
Daniel's like, go back in this way.
Oh,
no.
Boy.
Oh, man.
Wow, heck of a try from Johnny Gibbs. We've got recovery on him. They've all got the fire extinguishers. He's good. Shout out to all of our recovery that are so quick on their feet, making sure our drivers stay safe and things keep running smoothly out here. All right, Johnny's out of the buggy. We're going to let them get him recovered. And in the meantime, we've got a guest joining us up here in the booth. We've got Nick Reich. Dude, are you like on cloud 9 right now? Because not only did you cross the finish line, But that was just so cool to watch. I mean, fill us in. Give us your thoughts.
I mean, it was just the most ultimate adrenaline rush packed you could ever get.
I believe it.
There's not. I mean, there's one line up there 6 inches wide, and you gotta be wide open so far before it. So the odds of keeping it straight to hit it are almost nothing.
Yep.
And I mean, I did the best I could the first time, and that didn't work out at all.
But it kind of did.
Yeah.
Because you landed on your tires at least.
the second time around, all I was thinking is, I'm like, there's nothing but speed. I'm going up to the top of the hill no matter what.
And again, when you revved up, put your hands up, like, man, he's just revving up, telling the crowd, thanks, guys, I appreciate that. And all of a sudden, you neutral dropped it. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I was like full Bobby Tanner. That's all I was thinking
what
about.
I said, it looked like Bobby Tanner.
We're going to the other side of the park.
Yeah. Yeah,
and it
definitely.
worked.
How did the buggy feel? Because that looked pretty wild.
Both really were fine. I just didn't get enough speed. The first run, I needed to hit it harder. I didn't hit it hard enough. And then the second run, I hit it a little bit harder. It was floating sideways. In my head, I hit the rear steer and turned to the right up there.
Yeah.
Don't really know if that really happened or not. But it landed.
That's what your intention was, anyway.
And then I almost, my whole mind went blank. I got so much adrenaline up there. I was like pushing on the gas and the brake at the same time, screaming in my helmet.
Yeah.
So,
I think we've all been there before.
I say we saw you back down and kind of watch Wade and a couple guys see how it felt.
Oh yeah.
There was 38 points coming into this weekend between you and first. Cooper had a DNF, and now it looks like you might end up with the fastest time on that. You could make some leaps and bounds for the season.
Yeah. I'm just so thankful that this is working out, and all the people that helped me. Mickey Thompson with their tires. I mean, not everything can survive this stuff. If to put it in comparison, every course that we've done all year and every course of the other series this is the hardest from start to finish. Everything about it. There's guys here that haven't even completed the first half of the course. They broke.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just a testament to the buggy, the tires. I mean, all the brands that represent me, Amsoil and Fuel Factory, Rod End Supply. I mean, the amount of abuse to be able to do this is unbelievable. So thank you, everyone, and thank you for supporting me.
And where else can they find out some more about you?
Just check out Facebook, Fordzilla Bouncer. We have 3 Facebooks, Behind Bars Racing, Nick Reich. We have a TikTok, Fordzilla. We have a YouTube, Fordzilla. I mean, all that. We're just covering all of it, and we're trying to pump videos out on a every other day basis. So
awesome.
We appreciate the support.
Thanks so much for coming out and talk to us. And again, congratulations on that just epic run.
Oh, thank you guys. Appreciate you guys.
See you.
Y'all be sure to check him out on those pages that he mentioned. This looks like Dustin Medley on the line now.
Justin Holback was in the feed earlier and said that's a 1,600 horsepower bouncer.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. I was like, that's all the horsepower. Like, that's all of the horsepowers. And it sounds, I said, all I know is it hurts my ears. Yeah, you definitely know when this buggy takes off.
There's no mistaking it.
You could tell. I remember in Dyersburg one time, Shane with the first buggy, first Gold Rush, he revved it up, and you could feel like the whole hauler echo. It was just, the whole park knew it.
Yeah, this is one mean machine. Dustin Medley was actually the first one in the bouncer class to even complete course 1. He was the first driver out the gate, and the first one to get across the finish line. I think it took about 5 or 6 other drivers until we got another one across the line. So Dustin set the bar high pretty early on.
And it's definitely just ripping through this high-speed section here. And through that rock garden down there, just bouncing around, trashing through there. But again, don't want to come out through it and have some kind of breakage. Definitely want to come through, have a nice smooth run. I think this buggy's also going to set precedence on this next course.
Trying to put that horsepower to good use.
Yeah, I think we're going to see it here.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, no. He looks like he ripped the shock
his shock
apart.
blew apart.
I just saw coil springs come like flying down the hill.
Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah. Dang it. Dang it. Yeah.
Matt, I might even say that was a shocking turn of events.
Oh, my goodness. I tell you. I tell you. A shocking turn of events.
Couldn't pass that one up.
Yeah. Well played. Well played. Yeah, man, and it looked like there was more than one shock maybe came apart. It looks like it
there
tore
are
some stuff up.
multiple pieces out there right now.
As it looks like some of the staff might be picking up some of those shock pieces. Yeah, man. Okay, yeah. Yeah. The Amsoil action shot is definitely going to live up to its name today. Again, picked kind of that Nick Reich line and just pinned it wide open. And this buggy has tons of horsepower. The front bucked and the back looked like it was coming along.
It just caught on that ledge.
And you can just
ripped it apart.
Man. Almost looks like a link bar's hanging down or something. Again, it looks like that back tire just got caught on that big ledge.
All right, guys, while they work on this recovery, it might take a minute. We're going to send you guys to check out some of this other content, and we'll be right back on the other side.
Welcome back, race fans. We are so excited you guys join us back. We are, I think, 4 drivers in and 3 DNFs to the course number 2. 5?
Dustin was our 6th driver,
6th, okay.
5 DNFs
Wow.
so far. Nick Reich, the only one across the finish line so far. We had Nick up here chatting with us just a minute ago. He's amped up. We're amped up. It was awesome to watch. And we've still got 2/3 of our list of drivers to go for course 2. I don't know what they're all thinking right now.
It can't. Well, the last 3 guys have been carried away in an excavator. That cannot be a great mental image as you're getting ready to climb in your buggy. So, again, Nick talked about threading that needle, just that 6-inch gap on either side. You have to be perfectly in those ruts and get a really good bounce. I think that goes to also suspension tuning, tire pressure. I think at that point it's so incredibly critical that your buggy is dialed in perfectly. And again, Nick did a great job. I know he spends a lot of time with his race program. So
yeah, he does.
So shout out to him, and he did a great job. I'm really happy he landed that, and I'm really excited to see some other guys hit it too. I think we're gonna have a really good time. Looks like we're getting a signal saying the course is clear. Again, you never want to see an excavator heading your way if you've been racing. That's not a great day.
That's a bummer moment.
Is this? Yeah.
We go with Clint Garrison on the course.
Nick working his way through that rock garden. I'm sorry, Clint. Again, I cannot believe how much dust is just pouring off these buggies as they're ripping through there. Again, beautiful shot there with that blue sky. Shout out to Dearborn Drone Co. for doing a great job, showing us all these awesome shots this weekend. Again, nice green grass, big rocks, big trees with a beautiful blue sky.
Big bouncers, big horsepower.
Yeah.
All right. The preamble to the Yukon Do It Hill is out of the way.
It looks like Clint trying that far right line. Again, you see that bark. Just each driver takes a little more chunk off that bark of the tree.
Well, he's bobbing and weaving.
He really is. Again, I think he's trying to feel it out. Again, Clint is very consistent in our field. He's not some wild man driver, always running ragged. Very consistent. Again, trying to feel it out, see what's happening. And I think if you can keep your momentum right there, that's not a bad line. Problem is, your front wheels are on rocks, so you're just spinning. You have kind of muddy, wet tires, and now you're spinning on rocks, so you're not really getting any traction. Unfortunately, I think the bottom ones are starting to dig in a little bit now, and you kind of see that rock face kind of expose, and you're just not wanting to climb it up.
Man, I'm thinking it's going to be the far left now, Matt, almost like where the grass is over the rocks. But he's going to have to come back and be pointed, get his back end over to try that. Of course, it's a lot easier said than done. When you're the one in the driver's seat, everything looks and feels different.
Yeah.
Oh, and you can see he really wants to try and make that right sideline work.
And that buggy sounds really good.
I think he's just going to keep getting dug in with his back end over there, though. It's too loose.
I think you're right. I think it's just too loose over there. Man, dang it.
And he is calling it quits for the day.
Yeah, you hate to see that. But again, had a great run. Had some fun.
Hey, it's always fun to be able to take the rig home in one piece, too.
Yeah.
But it's more fun for us to watch.
It is.
When they don't.
It is. It is. Again, shout out to Nick. He put his hands up. I thought, well, it's been a good try, buddy. And then he just like, bah!
So we call this the Yukon Do It Hill. You can see all our nice Yukon Gear and Axle banners up there. Yukon Do It. That's just too good of a play on words. We can't. I started that earlier this season, and we always have a Yukon Do It Hill now. I think we might need to rename it something else, like Parts Killer.
Yeah. You could probably do it.
Yukon Try.
Yeah.
All right, here we go with Ethan Jones in Wicked.
Again, this buggy just absolutely rips.
Maybe just carnage.
Yeah.
Since that's been the word of the day.
Yeah, that hill is definitely getting... It started out bad, and it's getting worse. Get Ethan out there just ripping on the course. Again, this high-speed section is a lot of fun.
It looks like it.
All right, here we go. Let's see what Ethan's going to do. I know he had a very rough first course. He came over and said that was not fun. So get back. There we go. All right.
Tree. Quick reminder, when you are fully strapped into the buggy with your neck restraint on, you can't really turn and look behind you. That's why if you've ever wondered, why do these drivers hit trees when they back up?
Yeah.
Most of them don't have a backup mirror.
Yeah.
So you're relying on your buddies out there to point you in the right direction.
Oh, so close. Come on.
Oh.
He'll get back on it. Ah, stink.
Nope, that's done for.
So close. I thought for sure he was coming back on there.
What came out of there?
Man, that stinks. Looks like they're getting him rolled back over. That's the great part about having a bunch of heavy guys. They can just get him.
What did he
leave
out on the course?
Just get a bunch of husky fellas.
Put your backs into it, guys.
Yeah.
You got this.
Which is really easy to say from a broadcast.
You can't do it.
Like, come on. There we go. Yeah, that was a long fall from the top there, kind of pirouetted at the top.
That was a rough one. I think the barrel roll, if you got to roll over, that barrel is the way to go, unless you land into a tree. Amsoil action shot. Let's check it again, but in slow motion.
And again, he looked like he was actually climbing out of it a little bit, and unfortunately, I think that back tire caught, kind of spun him a little bit to that driver's side, and that's just a long fall down.
All right, watch and see what, boom, comes. Look at all the silver that he left on the course.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw it.
What is that?
Maybe some oil from a catch can?
I don't know. Oh, the bouncer's hurting.
Yeah. Again, Keith pulling up there to help get him out. Ethan's out of the buggy checking it out. Keith's up there with his peanuts on the dash. You know.
You gotta have the snacks.
Keith's like the one guy I know that could, like, you could be on the hardest course out here, be broken. He'd pull up next to you, right next to you, like, hey, no, you eating peanuts? You good? You need a toe?
Matt, what's your game plan for this hill?
Not die. That's, kind of what I'm looking at.
I feel like that's a general game plan for life.
Go fast, don't die.
Yeah.
I might try that right side, but I don't. That left side, you have to have a lot of horsepower.
Yeah, you got to be moving for that to work.
I mean, the last 3 or 4 buggies didn't seem to get that done.
Just like Nick was saying, he didn't have enough speed the first time.
Yeah.
And it worked for him the second time. And then I did notice on the other drivers that went, they weren't rolling up to it with the same speed as Nick. I don't think that's why anyone else has been able to get kind of bucked up over that ledge.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of key. You have to go so fast that you kind of bump and fly over that ledge.
Oh, it was like white foam that came out.
Okay. Maybe some fire extinguisher stuff?
Yeah, you left a bunch of foam. You can see it on the side there.
Well, that foam's like where he was sitting at. I don't know, maybe that was.
It came out from up front by the motor.
There's a big puddle where he was laying at, so I don't know, maybe they sprayed some fire stuff on him.
I don't know what it was.
I did see that spray you were talking about. That was like grayish kind of on the middle of the track.
Yeah.
Right where he landed at the first time when he was rolling down.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was. I wasn't sure if it was gray.
It's a mystery.
It was just shiny from where he landed. Like sometimes fluids can look like grayish shiny. So I wasn't 100% sure. All right. It's time for some bacon. We got Little Tim Bacon and 2 Rowdies sitting in that race line starting gate. And this is a guy who can definitely get rowdy. As if you couldn't tell from that almost 600 cubic inch motor as he comes ripping out of that race line starting gate. Again, these guys are running sheet metal housings. Come to that 40spline.com. They have big knuckles, big C's.
Big block. The Bacons are all about some big blocks.
They are. He said Bubba's new motor is a little over 600. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, even as adults, we're like, well, mine's bigger than yours. Like, look at that. Like, my motor's bigger than your motor. I can't wait to see both those guys out racing. Listen to that thing just sing as he's ripping around that corner.
Uh-oh. Did it not shift? Well, seems all right now.
Coming back around. Head to that rock garden. Look at most of the guys that went real high on that rock. Went real far in, went high, and kind of come around. Here we go. See what he's going to do.
Oh, he's trying for the right side.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Got a little bit hooked on that tree there. He needs a... There we go. Getting that rear steer definitely comes in handy out here on some course like this. Come on.
Oh, it's so close.
Dang it. Man. Dang it. Man, stink. You hate to see that again. He actually had the front end up there.
Yep. I don't think he had the speed.
Yeah. Man. They're saying get Keith and roll it back over. There, again, that stinks. You hate to see that. I've had a great run going there. Got the front end up and just wasn't able to pull it up the rest of the way. All right, here's your Amsoil action shot. Again, this is on live with Little Tim Bacon. Again, coming up, and you can see the buggy land. When it lands, I thought for sure he was going to be able to climb out of there. Kind of hit that ledge and landed right there. Unfortunately, I think he was kind of high-centered and not able to get out. That back tire kind of dug in. And, man, just didn't quite get it up there. Stink. But, all right. Looks like they got him flipped back over, and they'll get him off course. Get the next buggy ready to run. All right, guys. While they get that buggy off the course, I'm going to hop out here, run and get my buggy, get suited up, and Zach Garner will be hopping in, doing some special guest work with us. He's our announcer. He talks to the crowd on the microphone and gives everybody a hard time and has a good time, keeps the crowd energized, and definitely gives some comedic reaction. But he'll be hopping up with us, and I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, Matt. Good luck. Welcome back, Zach. Zach, how are things going out there with our crowd of spectators?
You know, we've turned it into quite an exciting event because of the way people finish and whether or not they climb the hill. 5 people that completed hill 1, whether they climb or not. The fact that somebody that didn't even complete hill 2 is still in second place. I mean, there's a lot of phenomenons going on, but there's also a lot of room for a shakeup.
Yep.
So
how about Nick Reich's run?
I couldn't be more proud of Nick. He came in, he had picked his line, he knew what he was going to do, he called it before he did it. His advantage is having a chrome molly buggy is that he comes in right at 3,000 pounds, which is by far the lightest buggy. Him and Johnny Gibbs, the chrome molly chassis, have a huge advantage when it comes to light, and light is easier to get up off the ground. So he was able to carry his hit a little bit farther than some of these other buggies. The boat ramp design on the Reject Fab buggies allow for more ground clearance, which is going to be key. So they're going to need all that they have if they're going to make that big ledge.
We've got Cooper Bentley over here next to the production trailer getting geared up for his run.
Cooper Bentley had to pull the starter off of Wade's buggy. I mean, not the starter, but
the steering pump
off of Wade's buggy and transfer it to his buggy, and they're still trying to get all the air out of the system right now.
I think we've got Clay Kaysen on the line.
It's exciting. You better stand back.
See what you did there.
Well, and Clay, they say he's going to hit it. Kind of real similar to what Nick's run is. That's the line that he's felt the most comfortable with watching the buggies. Talking to Cody. He's going to go for it, they say. So
from down here, it definitely looks like the far left is the line. Of course, everything's different when you're actually in the driver's seat.
And
it's getting so dug out on the right, and it's just throwing them into the tree every time.
You saw drivers like Clint. And Clint said he was going to hit the right from the start, and a lot of people tried to steer him away from there. But in my opinion, we haven't seen anybody take a really – well, we saw Gold Rush take the hardest run at it. But
and that was a hard run, all right.
Now, there we go. Stand back.
So Clay Kaysen is driving this bouncer. This is his first day racing in a bouncer. Not just this bouncer, but any bouncer. Clay's been sweeping the UTV class for several seasons now and doing an awesome job in the UTVs, and got his chance to get into a bouncer today. Has already done an awesome job in it. Had a fifth place finish out of our only 5 drivers to finish course 1. So, I mean, you know what? Even if he doesn't make it through the finish line this time around, it's still an awesome inaugural day of bouncer racing for Clay.
Clay's harder on himself than any other driver out there. Believe me, he gets more mad at himself when he fails.
He's a perfectionist driver.
So having him make or break this run will probably have an effect on him on the next 2 to 3 races just mentally, because it could put him on cloud 9 and have him come out and really have some confidence in hitting these hills. And let's be honest, confidence is what this hill requires.
That confidence is what I think racing in general requires.
And Nick Wright, for instance, he gave you a little bit of everything. Not only did he do the track out here fast, he came down, he made his approach run, he backed up, old school neutral drop. Did you see that?
That was fun to watch, yeah.
That is awesome. A lot of these guys,
especially since he stuck his hands out of the cage. Oh, well.
All right. That's going to complete Clay's run.
That wasn't the line for Clay, but you know what? Still, heck of a day of racing for him. Like we said, first time ever racing any bouncer. He was one of only 5 to finish course 1. He's definitely got some of that race seat time under his belt now, and hopefully we'll see more of him in the bouncer for the rest of the season.
Well, I mean, there's a few contributing factors, but I don't see why not at this point.
I don't either. So that settles it.
Yeah.
Clay, you're racing bouncer the rest of the year.
Well.
Do you all make announcements? No. Well, no, we have a lost phone. We just wanted to see if anybody found it, if they could turn it into the office.
right. Well, to recap where we're at so far, let me go ahead and give you guys that rundown. Nick Reich with a 133, followed by 8 DNFs.
I like to say tied for second place.
Yep.
Everybody
we got an
else.
8-way tie for second place.
Well, and you realize that your first place winner on hill 1, without completing the hill, still stands on a second place box. There's got to be some kind of pride or enjoyment in that, because that's a victory in itself.
We do have an AMSOIL action shot to share with you guys.
AMSOIL action shot, because it's obvious he slipped up right here.
Yep, just threw him all the way over there and nestled him down in that tree.
Yeah. Fortunately, AMSOIL will allow him to be turned back over. It'll run back down in the pan and fire back up.
There you go. We only use the best around here.
I tell you, I was an AMSOIL dealer for several years, and I run nothing but AMSOIL in all my motorcycles.
There you have it.
And I'm telling you, when you went to change the oil, you could see the difference. Good stuff.
You know what? We've actually had 9 DNFs because I didn't add Clays in there yet. Wah, wah.
Well,
10 drivers in and 1 to cross the finish line.
Too soon?
Oh, man. You know what, though? I mean, did we expect a lot different from Hill 2 here at Good Evening Ranch?
Well, it can go one of two ways, because Nick definitely showed him the line. What he didn't show him is how to build a buggy that's so light that he can execute. And,
you know what? There's 2 other Jake Pike buggies out here today, though.
And one of them's already DNF'd.
Yeah, this is true.
And so that's it's a lot of the driver, too. Nick is a heck of a good wheel man.
He is,
and
definitely.
traveled 17 hours to get to this race.
All the way from Sheldon, Wisconsin to come race. So all of our races are a long haul for Nick.
Got his mom at this race, too, so that's excellent.
Got to keep the family involved.
She's been out there, and she's got that thick northern accent, and I just absolutely love it.
Don't you know?
Yeah, she's charismatic. Use guys. Nobody can beat Nick Wright at this point, because he was second on Hill 1, which will give him the points for second on Hill 1. And so far, he's the only person to climb Hill 2. So at this point, there's nobody left in the lineup that can even climb the hill to get him, to beat him out of the top spot. We are still competing, however, for the second spot.
Yep.
As of right now, Wade Googe stands in it because of his first place on Hill 1, but the DNF on Hill 2. So anybody that climbed Hill 1 that climbs Hill 2 will beat him out for second and push him to third.
Well,
do we have anybody left that climbed out of 5?
Let's see. Nope. That's it.
That's it.
All 5 that climbed course 1 have already had their run on course 2, and Nick was the only one to make it. Wade, Daniel, Clay, and Dustin were our other finishers on course 1.
Who was your who? So that puts Daniel Heckle in third.
Daniel was third on Hill 1.
All right, let's take a break real quick.
Yeah, it looks like this recovery is going to take a little minute here. They're making some progress, but we are going to cut to a quick break. And then on the other side of that break, we'll be back to finish up with course 2. So y'all don't go far.
Stay with us.
These UTV guys have been pushing the limits for years, and we are keeping up with them, providing them the strongest axle on the planet. Our UTV line uses all 300M components, high-temp synthetic moly grease, to handle the abuse of these short courses or long desert races, whatever these guys are doing. They've been pushing the limits, and we've been keeping up. So the years of development for the Pro Series line with our 300M, we have learned so much. We've taken that technology and we've taken the things out of it that make it, absolutely the strongest, and made it the strongest in class for trail use. And we've come out with a Trail Series axle. And that axle is going to be 4340 chromoly steel, all U.S. made, and it is going to be the best in class for your trail. So you don't necessarily have to get the Pro Series. If you're not out here racing, if you don't have 300 horsepower hill killing with these guys, you can get a Trail Series RCV axle and go out and cruise with your buddies with peace of mind that you're not going to break. So for everything UTV, visit us at rcvperformance.com. And for Trail Series, find us at trailseriesaxle.com.
All right, guys, we are wrapping up this recovery here of Clay Kaysen.
He's running and opted to back off of the hill. Leaving on your own power always makes you feel a little better. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah. Pulling it back on the trailer without having a winch or something. So we've still got Kenneth Cozine, Matt Holt, Connor Flynn, Blake Harity, and Cooper Bentley. I think that maybe Blake Harity is out. I'm not sure about the others. I haven't heard. We'll confirm that if we do hear. So just a handful of drivers left here. You guys are watching Course 2 of the Mickey Thompson Bouncer Cup here at the Good Evening Ranch in Canvas, West Virginia for race number 6 of the National Rock Racing Association. Thanks for joining us here on Hillside Live. I hope you guys have been having fun watching all the racing action with us. I know I've been enjoying it. Zach, I'm sure you have.
It has been an absolute blast. The up and downs of emotions out there in the crowd because of the lead changes and the potential lead changes, the flips, the rollovers, and the saves have been absolutely phenomenal and an example of great driving skill.
Matt Holt is off the line. Speaking of great driving skills,
there's Matt.
Send him.
So much better. Matt's going to be up against a wall here too, again, no pun intended, because his horsepower and wheel speed really restrict his buggy's ability. His weight is not a benefit at all. I don't know how he's going to choose to do this. He can either full send and not make it or not make it is my prediction. I would like to see him make it. I would love to
I want to see him full send. Oh, he just rode up on 2 tires around that corner.
I don't want to see him turn over on flat ground.
Yeah, we don't want to see that, Matt. Save the full send for the Yukon Do-It Hill.
Yeah. And I hate to see somebody drive that rowdy and not full sending.
The Yukon attempt the hill today.
You know, and over here in the warm-up section, as I call it, because I've been stuck over here with it in the side I can't see, I say that, but Daniel Heckley, I think he lost a pin out of one of his U-joints, one of the keepers, and he lost it when he first hit the rock going in. He could feel it shaking and vibrating, and then it came out completely on his straightaway back. So going in two-wheel peel did not...
About right here where Matt is in the woods, we watched him struggle for a while in two-wheel drive just to get through these rocks.
So distance-based analysis, Matt Holt just beat Daniel Heckley.
That would be fair. That would be fair to say.
On round 2. So that's an accomplishment.
That's something.
Oh, man.
Now, we love Matt. We love it when he does a full send.
And
sometimes we rib him a little bit just because we know that makes him drive faster.
The only reason I give Matt a hard time is that I expect more of him. And I'll tell you what, he has stepped up this year. There was a couple of times I was a proud Matt Holt fan.
And he is just bashing his way through the rock garden, and he's out. Come on, Matt.
He's driving really fast to a point he's about to stop at.
Yukon Do It.
Okay, left or right, we don't know if he can make either one, but I'm 100% sure right up the gut he's not going. I don't know if the camera does it justice, but that is a 5-foot ledge.
No, the cameras don't do any of the hills or rocks justice out here. We tell people all the time, just trust us, they're steeper in person, they're bigger in person than they look on your screen.
Yeah, and on your screen, if you think you're looking at an undercut at that ledge, you're correct. It's huge.
And it's probably as tall as you are.
Yeah, you gotta think about that. The 46-inch tire rolled up next to it, and it dwarfs it. That gives you a little bit of perspective of how big of a ledge and undercut you're dealing with.
All right, looks like Matt's going to save the buggy.
It looked like he was going to take a shortcut to the finish line. He's going to try to back up it. All right.
there's a view on the screen of that undercut we're talking about.
Yes.
Give you guys an idea. Matt gets to enjoy that accomplished feeling of driving away under his own power, at least, Zach.
Well, and you notice that.
There goes Cooper back there. He's going to make his way around to the starting line.
And I don't know if you realize how big of a key it is, how far Nick had to hit that left. And the reason you have to hit it left is because you have to get your front end going up. If you don't hit that ledge on the left, then your right front tire will not lift high enough to clear the undercut, and you will do a Dustin medley.
And that was rough.
That was extremely rough.
That was shocking, as I said, Zach.
Did we just run over the starting line?
Yep.
That's okay because it's made of rubber and air.
Yeah, it's already.
Look at that.
It's already going back up.
Raceline's new motto is "We bounce back." That thing's tough, like a Raceline tire and wheel. Raceline. Good job. Cooper's probably sitting on a whole pile of nerves right now. He has a lot of pressure on him right this second. He didn't complete Hill 1, but he's not racing for Hill 2. He's racing for points at this point in his mind. And if he can complete this run, that'd be a huge boost in points that he's not going to have to try to make up the rest of the season.
He came into the weekend in the lead, but only with 5 points ahead of Wade. And Wade had that fastest time on Hill 1. They both DNF'd on Hill 2. And Cooper, I'm sorry, Wade had the fastest time on Hill 1, but DNF'd Hill 2. Cooper DNF'd Hill 1, and yet to see what he does on Hill 2.
I'd like to bring Wade in during Cooper's run so he can give us some predictions.
All right, we've got Wade Good joining us here in the booth now. We're about to watch Cooper Bentley make his run. Wade, you made your run. You took your steering pump off quickly so that y'all could put it on Cooper's buggy so that he could still make his run. I mean, Wade, what a stand-up guy.
Oh, yeah. I think he's about to lay it down. He's mad. He has nothing to lose at this point, really. So
he has nothing to lose and a lot to gain because if he beats Nick's time on this and gives him a first-place finish in this one, that's going to be him with a completed hill in the first place and a DNF, and you a completed hill in the first place and a DNF. That will come down to a combined times of 2 different tracks.
Yeah.
And that's crazy because this is a little bit longer track and been throwing up a little bit longer times. So that's still going to put you over him and close the 5-point gap. So at this point, we can almost say that with a second-place finish today, you're going to take first for the series in points overall.
I think Nick has it. I think Nick will have it by 5 points.
Nick might have climbed on up.
I think if Nick wins this hill and I get second, I think Nick will be 5 points ahead of me, and then Cooper will be right there. We'll all 3 be right there.
I just wanted to hear you say
we'll have to. Somebody's going to have to get the calculator out.
Already did.
Look, Matt and I were just saying earlier how the drivers they're out here figuring it all out on the fly. We don't bother with that till afterwards. It's too much to keep track of.
Dangerous that is.
Yeah.
These guys are with crayons drawing in the dirt. Why don't they just use sticks?
Yeah.
Look.
They're like, you got 2 points. All right, he was 7 seconds faster. That means,
Let's not sugarcoat it. Truthfully, there's a driver's wife in the crowd that everybody's looking for with a spreadsheet that's figuring this out for them because, honestly, it gets really confusing. It makes sense, and it's probably the most fair system I've ever seen when you really evaluate it for its worth.
Yep.
And considering the sport is as crazy as it is.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to go watch Cooper lay it down.
All right. Thank you, Wade. All right. We got a Alabama boy, a.k.a. nicknamed Chocolate Milk, Cooper Bentley.
I love that that's one of Cooper's fun facts. Cooper's such a good kid. I say kid. He's getting older now. How old is Cooper? Is he like 19?
Yeah, at
20?
least. I don't try to keep up with it because his
21.
age makes me feel old. When you watch them grow up and then they become grown, you're like, that's not cool.
You're like, oh, I got older too.
Yeah.
Oh, man, we're going to see how Cooper handles course 2. Like Wade said, he doesn't really have much to lose, and he's a little bit mad right now.
How exciting is this going to be? You know,
he's going to need a double shot of chocolate milk after this.
Yeah, that's Cooper bottles his feelings up and doesn't have a lot of emotion on his face, but when something really bothers him, he gets quiet and he kind of stomps around and kicks rocks.
We're going to watch him climb some rocks this time. Ooh, we almost tagged that flag.
He's trying to cut these corners short, but a little bit of unnecessary risk in my opinion right now.
Crazy, after all the rain that we had here, we've still got a dust cloud kicking up. All right, Zach, thanks for joining us and sharing your insights with us. I'm sure the crowd is going to be happy to have you back on the microphone for this. And we've got Matt Holt back in the booth now, just in time to see what Cooper does on the Yukon Do-It Hill. Oh, man. That was a really close try, though. I could see the line that he wanted there, and it was so close. Oh, somebody go get poor Cooper a nice cold chocolate milk. He's going to need it. Nick Reich is our only driver that has crossed the finish line on course 2 today.
That has to feel so good.
With 11 DNFs. We do still have, as far as I know, Kenneth Cozine. I think Connor Flynn is still in the running. And I'm not sure about Blake Harity. I think he broke on course 1. Haven't gotten confirmation on that yet, though. So at any rate, we don't have very many drivers left, just 1 or 2. Let's
kicked a hair too much. That big hole, that back rear tire falls in.
Man, I think if he could have been just a little higher on that ledge.
I think you're right.
Before he got turned so far right.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think if he'd have been just a hair over more, I think he'd have been okay.
Matt, what'd you think about course 2?
It's as fun and as difficult as it looks.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Maybe a touch farther. All right, why we get Cooper Bentley extracted off of this course here. We're going to check out some more awesome videos from Power Sports World, and we'll be back right after these messages.
In the midst of the 1920s, a group of passionate motorcyclists came together. They had a vision to advocate for and promote motorcycling, all the while organizing the sport. By 1924, the AMA was born, becoming a revolutionary force for the love of riding. From the rumble of early classics echoing across the board track to the slick speed demons of today, the AMA has been the heartbeat of motorcycling since its founding in 1924. Little did they know, their shared vision and decades of combined effort would change the landscape of motorcycle riding forever. Over the last century, we've witnessed the evolution of the motorcycle industry. Over years of intense competition, we've watched as the rugged air-cooled pioneers have slowly been replaced by highly engineered, fine-tuned machines. Machines that were built for a variety of purposes, some for speed, others for exploration, but all for the pursuit of freedom. And in the background, the AMA has been there, at every step, embracing and championing the evolution of our beloved rides. With the AMA, we're more than just chrome and horsepower. We share the same passions as you, and we will never stop advocating for your freedoms on the open road. Whether we're fighting for the expansion of your riding areas, or fighting for your rights to wrench on your motorcycles, and so much more, we will continue to be your voice behind the scenes and keep fighting the legal battles needed so that you can keep doing what you love. And that is our promise to the motorcycle community. Because after all, it's never really been about us. It's been about you. We owe it all to our charter clubs and our members, whose grassroots and charitable efforts continue the AMA's mission. As we fast forward 100 years of motorcycle history, there's one thing that stands out the most: the vibrant, diverse, and passionate motorcycle community that's developed around the sport. The American Motorcyclist Association is so much more than just an organization. It's a family of riders connected by the exhilaration of two wheels and the places that they'll take us. As we celebrate our 100th anniversary, we're not just reflecting on the past, we're shaping the future. Youth programs ignite the spark, and the stories of AMA members and AMA Hall of Famers, the custodians of our legacy, continue to inspire the future generations. Here's to a century of endless rides, to the freedom felt in every twist of the handlebar, and to the community that defines us. Happy 100th anniversary, AMA, where the journey is just as thrilling as the destination. The road ahead is as infinite as our passion. Ride on, because together, we are AMA Century Strong.
All right, what is up, race fans? We are back here in that race line starting gate for the 6th race. We have a few racers left. We have Kenneth Cozine sitting on that race line starting line. Again, this is the 6th race, the National Rock Racing Association. We're out here in West Virginia. Good evening, Ranch. Kenneth Cozine and his new bouncer. I think he's raced this twice with us. I think this is his 2nd time. Again, definitely starting to feel it out and have fun with it. Got some good seat time in our last race, Oklahoma. Again, he said he had a little bit of the new buggy blues, so definitely doing very well, though. Getting everything dialed in, and again, anytime you have a new buggy, you have trying to figure stuff out.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a process of figuring out your weak links, working out the kinks and the bugs.
And again, Kenneth, why he wasn't racing, he'd still come to races, he'd still help out. Well, there was times he worked the starting line. You know, he did a really, really great job for us, helping us out, and we really appreciate it. He was definitely a team player. And again, just an awesome guy.
He calls this bouncer Double Down. It's a Sunfire off-road build.
There's a couple different lines in that tree. I started going down that one, and I was like, oh, that's not right, and I actually went around it, a way sketchier part. That is a super steep towards you get to the end of that rock. All right, here we go. Coming up, feeling it up. Again, looking at the lines. See him backing up here. Here he goes. Come on. I'm just trying to feel it out here.
Back it on up a little further, Kenneth.
Yeah.
Okay, he's calling it quits. That's all right. I don't blame him after watching all the carnage on this hill.
After only watching one finisher end up in that course number 2, I think that's a very wise decision.
We've got Connor Flynn coming up to the line next.
This Bullzilla buggy definitely seen some carnage so far this year.
Did they repaint Bullzilla? I swear it was maroon.
Yeah, it used to be maroon. And they had a 7.3 Godzilla motor in there with a turbo on it. Well, then they had some issues. They apparently messed the motor up, so they took the Godzilla motor out, took the turbo off, and put a different motor in. So we will see how he does today. I know they've definitely made some changes. That rear mount engine definitely might help him sometimes again trying to land stuff. I don't know how it's going to work out for him today, but I'm excited to find out. Watching the thing just rip out there. Oh, no! Luckily, he kept on all 4 wheels.
And avoided that giant boulder.
Yeah. Wow. There's a pretty big bank right there. And he was definitely flying there. There's also, it's getting rutted up right there. It doesn't look like it, but I was going around that corner. Definitely saw the belly, felt it tilt a little bit.
I would have been real sad for him if that was where his run ended.
Yeah.
I think Connor might be our youngest bouncer driver, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so as well.
About 17 or 18?
Yeah, he's a young guy.
He says that he has been serious about the sport for about a year. His dad built him a trail buggy a few years ago, and they ended up hitting a few races here and there. Turns out they loved it, so they built the race rig, and they've been joining in the fun with us here with the NRRA now. This is an elder-fat buggy. And it is unique out here because of the rear-mounted engine.
Looks like he's backing up, trying to get it lined out there. That's not good. He might have that front tire hook up on that tree a little bit, but there's a tree right behind him, too. Oh, okay. I mean, that's one way to climb it down it.
Matt, now that I can see the roof of this buggy, I don't think it's Bullzilla. It's got a different name on top. He might be in a rental this weekend.
Maybe.
It's got the same lines, though.
Yeah.
It sure looks like it.
Yeah.
That would explain the black instead of maroon bars, though.
Man, that stinks.
Still a great try from Connor Flynn. Great day of racing for him. And we have an Amsoil action shot.
Yeah.
Oh, just getting a little squirrely out there on the track.
And luckily stopped that massive rock, but yeah, definitely getting a little squirrely out there. Yeah, he was flying.
All right, guys, and that wrapped up our unlimited bouncer class course 2.
Wow.
And that means we've got our limited drivers left to run. And that means that Nick Reich remains our only bouncer driver to have completed course 2.
Wow.
And completed both courses, really.
Yeah, but
so awesome job to Nick Reich.
Yeah, 1 of 5 to complete course 1 and only driver to complete course 2.
It's a good day for Nick Reich.
Yeah. And again, what a wild ride his was. Like, just backing up. I saw him put his hands up and I thought, oh, that's so nice. He's waving to the crowd. And then he just sent it.
And we are into our limited bouncer class, course 2 now. Eric Beck is on his way through the course.
Again, these guys are going to do the same course as the limited and unlimited bouncers, and these rocks do not give much. I can promise you that.
Unfortunately, all 3 of our limited bouncer drivers were a DNF on course 1. Same as we saw from our UTV bounty class this morning. So while it's been some really fun racing and entertaining to watch, it's definitely been hard on some parts out here at the Good Evening Ranch in Canvas, West Virginia.
You can see them out there just ripping it on that high-speed area, then coming right back into the rocks.
All right, Eric Beck made it through the warm-up section of the course.
And coming around to this massive hill behind us, this Mickey Thompson Mountain has definitely caused a lot of havoc today.
Oh, he's backing all the way up. All right, Eric, be a hero.
Man, Dang it. You hate to see that.
Live to drive another day. There's no shame in that.
No, he's racing that Banshee. I love that. It's a sharp-looking rig. All right. We got that whole-back racing team pulling to that starting gate, but I see Justin, and that means they must have a stunt driver. Brantley Havens, I believe, is who's sitting in that driver's seat.
Is it Brantley or is it Dustin?
I was thinking they were talking to Brantley about it. We'll find out.
I don't know. Let's see if we can find out on the radio, Clyde, who's driving this right now. We know it's not Justin because he is standing over there by the starting line.
Yeah. Again, doing good work there. Yeah, we know it's not Justin because he's standing next to the buggy. Just letting her roar. Again, climbing over that big rock out there. Taking that corner. Again, this is a very fun section of the track.
All right, guys, maybe we could get on the radio and see who is driving right now because we know it's not Justin Hoback.
Okay, It is Brantley Havens. Again, this is a very young guy to be out there powering this big monster buggy. And they had talked about, hitting some of the course and having some fun with it, so.
Yeah, we saw Brantley driving in our UTV teen class earlier today.
It looks like he's going to pull off and not attempt the hill. I think that was the plan going in. Again, to get him some seat time, have some fun with it. And there we go. Awesome. Super great to see some of our youth drivers coming out and having fun. And
he did a great job with the first part of the course, too.
Pulling up right up to our booth here. Getting her all turned around. Getting them all backed in there. You can see
There's
you can see him right behind him.
Right there.
Right. Yeah, right there. Such a little guy. Again, Zach was like, come on back. Zach getting them all backed in there.
All right, we've got Dustin Carter on the line now. Dustin is our last driver for a limited bouncer class, and I do believe that means he is our last driver of the day.
Wow.
After Dustin completes his run, we do have a couple of drivers that we would like for you guys to be able to hear from. We're going to bring them up for a quick interview.
Again, I love hearing the roar of the buggies. As I'm watching them on our little confidence monitor here, hearing the roar of those buggies as they're out there ripping, it's just awesome.
Dustin is second in points coming into the weekend with 309 points. Although Justin Hoback's got a solid 57-point lead in the limited class at this point in the season.
Coming into that rock section there. Yeah, it's been a heck of a day for buggies out here. We've definitely seen a lot of carnage. And again, one finisher on course 2.
Man, that's crazy. I think we had more than that last year.
Yeah, there was two or three.
It was tough,
yeah.
But I think we had more than just one at least.
I've only ever seen that one time. I think it was a Blue Holler where we had DC Thompson.
Oh, yeah, Blue Holler was crazy.
DC Thompson finished the course, and out of all the drivers, he's the only one to finish course 2. And he kind of did the same thing. Strapped down that Nick did and just sent it. Yeah, you got to show a lot of respect to these limited drivers out there getting with it.
So just a reminder, what makes this the limited class, some of the regulations are that you can't have rear steer.
Uh-oh. Kind of pinned against a tree now.
And you have to have 2 of these 3. No power adders.
OEM block.
Sorry, I got distracted watching.
Yeah, it's so pretty.
Block.
It's so pretty.
And single shock per corner.
That buggy just romps.
It does.
Looks like he is going to wrap it up. Man.
All right, so that completes our racing action for the day. But before we're done, we do have a couple drivers we want you guys to hear from. You hear us talking about them all day long. You see them when they're in their buggies and they've got their helmets on and everything, but we want to bring them up here and give you a chance to actually get to hear from a couple more of them. We had a few come up throughout the day. So we've got Clint Garrison joining us up here now. And Clint, what a day, man. We were just saying how with only one driver to finish course 2, that was just insane to watch. What are your thoughts on the day, on the course, looking ahead at our next race at Pretty Place?
Well, coming here, I knew last year was really rough, and I had a feeling it was going to be really rough again.
Yeah.
I just thought, what did was fine.
Yeah.
Most of us are in the same boat. There's a few that got a big advantage today, and we'll have to battle it out the rest of the season. I think I was sitting in 4th before the weekend, and probably went back to 5th because Daniel got hill 1, and I blowed a tire out on hill 1, and then just couldn't get up hill 2. But it is what it is. So,
did you have any damage to the buggy?
Just the tire. I had to go swap the tire,
yeah.
And then I think I've got a voltage issue going on as I was pulling off of hill 2. It died, and I'll have to get that fixed. So nothing.
Well, all things considered out here, that's not bad.
Yeah, not near as bad as some today. It was a rough day on parts for sure.
Yep.
But
how'd the buggy feel going into these courses with the hills and the terrain? How did it feel?
It's very rocky. The way they're set up nowadays, they really take a lot of it, and you don't feel, you can pretty much skim across a lot of it. But it gets to a point, like hill 1, I've hit it and blowed the tire out, and I just felt like driving into a wall. That's all you can say. But it's a rough park for sure. But
yep.
We'll be a Pretty Place here in a few weeks, and
Pretty Place won't be quite so rough. Hopefully,
yeah.
You guys.
It hasn't. It wasn't last year, so we'll see what Clyde puts on for us. And, should be fun.
All right. Well, you got anything else you want folks to know? Anyone you want to give a shout out to while you're up here?
Yeah, I want to give a big shout out to a few people. My wife, she's always supports me and always with me. And a few sponsors I'd like to give a shout out to is Fritz Transmissions. I've always run their transmissions, never had any issues. Diddy's Big Block Race Shop. Chris over there, he's always takes care of our shocks and, any little parts and stuff we need. I just got some brake parts and stuff from him. And RCV, strongest axle out there. That's what we're running, and that's about it.
Need that out here.
Anyways.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming up here and chatting with us. We like to get a chance for, everybody watching online hears us talking about you guys all day, and they only ever see you in your helmet or in the buggy, so we like to hear from you guys in person. So thanks for joining us up here, Clint.
Well, thank y'all.
Good job today. We'll see you at Pretty Place.
We'll see y'all at the next one.
All right, here's our updated points. That's Nick Reich taking the lead. Again, this is not what we thought we were going to see this weekend coming into this. Nick Reich sitting in that number 1 spot. Wade Good sitting at 2nd. Cooper Bentley coming in 3rd. Daniel Heckley sitting at 4th. Clint Garrison sitting in 5th.
And then we've got Lil Tim Bacon in that 6th place spot. Ethan Jones in 7th. Brandon Davis in 8th. Connor Flynn 9th. And Ethan Hunt, who had the stunt double. Clay Kaysen today, rounding out top 10 as things stand after today. Now we've got Cooper Bentley joining us up here in the booth. Speaking of things, maybe not quite shaking out how we thought they would today, Cooper. Man, I know this was a rough day for you. It was a rough day for everybody here except for Nick, I think. So what are your thoughts on the course today and just how the day of racing went for you?
They were both definitely rough. They're a lot rougher than I was thinking. Hill 1 has never been that bad here.
That's what we were saying.
It's got rowdy.
Yeah.
And Hill 2, if we don't do something next year, they're going to have to touch it up next year, I think. But, I love this kind of stuff. I know it didn't go my favor this time, but that's my kind of stuff. I love it.
Yeah. But you like the tight competition, the challenge of the, the difficult courses, knowing you've got someone else breathing down your neck as far as points go. You like all that.
Oh, yeah. I just sucks I ended up where I'm at, but hey.
I know. We hate it for you, but, man, you gave it a heck of a try out there. I could see the line you were going for on Hill 2. I think you were close. You're so close.
They showed me the video up there, and I hit my chunk on that big middle rock.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if I wouldn't have hit it, I had it.
You think it maybe been a little higher up the hill, and it looked like you might have been able to pull out of it. But that's racing.
That's it.
Stuff happens. I said, someone get this guy a double shot of chocolate milk after today.
Speaking of buggy issues, we talked to Wade a little bit. He had swapped some parts around.
Yes,
what
sir.
exactly went wrong?
On the first run, I had a power steering pump go out. It went out going through the rock, so when I hit the hill, obviously it kind of hit a hard spot.
Yeah.
And then the second time I hit it, obviously didn't do no better for it. But thank you to him for letting me run it, because and that's awesome. That's what we love about the sport so much is, the person that I'm racing against the most, or was racing against the most, took
a part off of their own buggy and gave it to you.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, we've talked about that a lot this weekend, just the camaraderie of the sport, how it's family oriented. We've got the young drivers out here racing with their dad in another class, and then we've got drivers swapping out parts for their biggest competition. It's cool to watch.
Oh, yeah,
cool to watch
awesome.
for sure. Well, Cooper, you got anybody that you want to give a shout out to or thank you or anything else you want folks to know while you're up here?
Oh, yeah. I definitely want to thank the good Lord above, because without him, none of this would be possible.
Yep.
And all the sponsors that support me, AMSOIL and Vision Wheels, Interco Tires, and PDI Drive Shaft. There's so many more. Just all these guys. It wouldn't be possible without them. And Max Lawrence and his crew helped me out today, and Wade, obviously. A lot of people helped with me today and helped in the off time. So thank you to everybody.
Yeah, it's incredible. Again, a huge shout out to everybody. Not often do you see the guy in second place giving parts to the guy in first place.
Oh, yeah.
To help him beat him. It's just, again, Bree and me talked about it earlier with just the camaraderie and just, it just melts your heart seeing that kind of helping hand. And I always say it's nice because you might be the guy next week that needs that bolt or that part or that tool.
Oh, yeah. Wade's all right. He'll do.
We'll keep him around.
Yeah.
All right, Cooper. Thanks for joining us up here. We like for the folks at home to get to hear from you guys in person once in a while. Put a face to the name and the buggy that they're used to seeing. So, good job today, and we'll see you at Pretty Place.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this is the 6th race. This is the 4 races we have left. Round 7 will be Pretty Place and Tennessee. Again, that's not going to one you're going to miss.
After Pretty Place, we're going to be headed to Hawk Pride in Tuscumbia, Alabama at the end of August.
And then the last regular season race will take place in Rush Springs and Pineville, Missouri.
Then it's going to be finals. That'll be double the racing, double the points, 4 hills, 4 courses for all classes, 3 days of racing. So it's a good time for sure. And then we have our year-end banquet for all of our classes as well. At the end of that, you guys can head to nationalrockracing.com if you want to be able to look at that schedule again and see if you maybe can make it out to one of those races in person, hang out with us. Speaking of hanging out, we've got Nick Reich joining us up here again. Nick, you're the only one to finish both hills today, the only one at all to finish course 2. We had you up here chatting with us earlier. I know you're still flying high from all of that, and you did an awesome job today. You have any further thoughts on how the day has gone down now that we have seen how the rest of course 2 shook out, and then moving forward, looking ahead at Pretty Place?
Oh, it was just such an extreme course. I'm thankful that I was able to complete both. I did everything I could. I did the best I could. There was a little luck involved and all that, and a lot of fun. And just really good parts, and I guess it just worked out. So
it sure did.
Yeah.
What about Pretty Place? Are we going to be seeing you there?
Yeah. Well, definitely. It would take really something for me. I
figured after all of this, that would sure be a shame if you didn't make it to the next one.
I'm in it for all of them. I want to be at all of them no matter what. If I got one tire dragging, I'm going to try and be there.
All right.
So. Again, Buggy did great today. Talk us a little bit about your preface and what you do before races. Some of the prep you do, the motor-wise, chalk-wise, all that stuff.
Yeah, we break it down after every race. We got a checklist, about 60 things that we go through. So as soon as we get back to the shop, we unload. My wife and kids, they unload all the your clothing and food and everything out of the truck and trailer. I unload Fordzilla, back it out, instantly go to pressure washing. We pressure wash it, get a first coat off, drop the skid plate, another pressure wash. That one with soap. Then we back it in, put it on the lift, and I'll pull all the panels off, wheels and tires. I do that, and that's usually Sunday night. It could be as late as 10, 11 o'clock at night. Sometimes it's as early as 4 p.m. But I get all that done, and then I walk in when we have a mechanic that works with us for our business, and then I'll make a list. He knows his checklist to do every Monday when he gets there on that, and I'll make a list of, hey, I need you to focus on these 4, 5, 6 things that I'm worried about, and get and we got such a system down that right away, it'll be like 9 a.m., and he'll be calling me or texting me, and I might be pouring concrete or doing something, and I'll get the text and know right away if I got to reach out to sponsors for parts or order parts, or if I got to replace something, or what I got to do to be able to get the thing fixed as soon as possible for the next race.
Man, that is quite the system. You got a well-oiled machine running there.
So that works really good, and then winning helps, social media helps, and all these guys that help me, they've gotten to the point where they're messaging me, now once in a while, like, hey, is everything good? Is there anything you need? And they'll one day mail me stuff. On Monday I'll be getting parts, sometimes. So that makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I think the consistency and the intentionality that you put into your race program, really shows, and we see what comes out of that for you. So well done on your part, not just with the driving, but everything else that goes into it, because it is a lot. And speaking of a lot, I know you do other kinds of racing too, besides just here with the NRRA. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, we also race the Outlaw Series. Same style of racing, a slower pace, technical, a lot of woods and extreme climbs, but overall, everybody's trying to achieve the same thing. It's a ton of fun. We need more races. We need more series.
Yeah.
We want to race as much as possible.
Do you have any local stuff in Wisconsin?
Oh yeah, we do those as well. We have 5 or 6 local ones. We put them on. Our club puts them on. Everybody kind of teams up. There's a couple off-road parks that put their own on. So. Yep. Yeah, a lot of that.
You guys have the Midwest Rock Bouncer Shootout.
Oh yeah. That's one of the best ones that our club does. And always a sellout crowd. They give away RC cars to the kids. It's really centered around family and bringing your mom, your grandma, everybody there. because the entertainment is just nonstop with, people are racing minivans to truggies to, full-on rock bouncers. You got everything you could ever ask for. So I just think this is the best sport in the world, and I want to push it and get it out there for more people to see and just keep making it awesome.
Well, we're right there with you, Nick. And do you have anything else that you want to share? I know you kind of did some thank yous earlier when you were up here, but anything else you want the folks at home to know while we've got you here?
I just really appreciate my AMSOIL, my Mickey Thompson, my Fuel Factory, Rod End Supply, RCV, Optima batteries. There's so many of them. I appreciate them all, and they're the ones that make me be able to do this good and my machine hold up. So.
Okay, and before we cut to a quick break, I know you do a lot with social media. Do you want to give some shout-outs where they can follow you more and find some more about Nick Reich?
Yeah. Facebook, we have 3 different ones. We have my own Nick Reich on Facebook. We have Behind Bars Racing, which is our race team, and then we have Fordzilla Buggy. YouTube, we have Fordzilla right on there. That's our channel for that. And then TikTok, we had Fordzilla on there. So we push all of them really hard and try and keep on a regular pace, always posting interesting and exciting content.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
You guys do a great job with that.
Yeah.
We appreciate you coming up, Nick. And again, Nick, the only driver to finish Course 2 in the Unlimited Bouncer class. Just an absolute awesome time. Yeah, that's a pretty great day.
And with that, we are going to take a quick break, and we will be right back on the other side of these messages. Welcome back, guys, and we are going to go over our points standings as they are now after today. Man, we had a shakeup, that is for sure, and it is all thanks to Yukon Do It Hill. But it worked out pretty well for Nick Reich, who moved from third on up to that first place spot with 524 points now. Wade Good hanging out in the second place spot still with 519. Cooper Bentley swapped with Nick for third with 482. Daniel Heckley now in fourth place. He moved up from fifth, swapped with Clint Garrison, and Clint is in that fifth place spot now.
Sixth place coming in, Tim Bacon. Again, Tim was sixth place coming into this weekend. Not much change, but again, very competitive. Ethan Jones sitting in seventh. Brandon Davis in his stunt double sitting in eighth. Connor Flynn sitting in ninth. And Ethan Hunt sitting in that. That rounds out your top 10 for the season after this sixth race, the National Rock Racing Association.
That was some good stuff today.
Yeah.
I didn't quite expect, or I guess I didn't know what to expect. Of how things were going to turn out and shake out. I really thought we would have more drivers completing course 2. But, like we've been saying all day, anything can happen when you're racing. That was a tough course, and our drivers, they did an awesome job and definitely gave it their best shot.
Yeah, that was one thing I think I would really touch on, too, is just that I knew we'd see some carnage just because of last year before. I did not think we were going to see that kind of carnage on Hill 1 and then even more carnage in Hill 2. I mean, that was a very long day for some drivers. We have a handful of people who need to go put stuff back together now.
They got to go figure out how to get it in the trailer now.
Yeah, that's, again, like I said, I think carnage, that's definitely the word of the day.
That might be our new name for this hill.
Yeah, I did not expect that. So definitely what I saw, again, this is in the 6th race of the National Rock Racing Association. We appreciate everybody tuning in here in Good Evening Ranch in West Virginia.
Yeah. Our next race is going to be at Pretty Place. That's in Belvedere, Tennessee, a Middle Tennessee area, and that'll be August 1st and 2nd. And we are excited to be heading there next. The drivers have a little bit of a break to get things back together before then. But speaking of the carnage that we had today, we do have a replay put together to share with you guys. So let's go check that out before we're done. All right, this looks like Johnny Gibbs and his run at the hill. So this is just a little replay, a little highlight reel of the carnage that we had today on the Yukon Do It, which turned out to be the Yukon Not Do It.
Yeah.
Unless your name is Nick Reich.
Yeah. I feel like that should be a question. Yukon Do It? Like,
yeah. Put a question mark at the end of that today.
I mean,
and that was a tough run for Dustin Medley and Gold Rush.
Yeah, it looks like he broke a lot of stuff. Again, that was such a violent run. Ethan Jones coming on that wicked buggy. And again, there's several drivers I think were very close to getting that done.
He took a pretty hard tumble, too.
Yeah, just not able to get that, close that out. But, man, that stinks. Getting a little Tim Bacon there and that too rowdy. You got to know, he had a really hard spill.
30 seconds off air, guys. 30 seconds off air.
Man.
He definitely got rowdy.
Yep. Thanks, everybody.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining us here on Hillside Live today and here on Power Sports World. Thank you to Raceline Wheels for partnering with us for presenting this weekend for us. Thank you to all of our sponsors for helping us do what we do out here with the National Rock Racing Association. We've enjoyed watching all this racing action with you guys today, and we'll see you again at Pretty Place. Thanks, guys.